Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A Natrona County High School senior trying to launch a Turning Point USA Club America chapter believes her school principal may be infringing on her First Amendment rights and treating her club differently than others in the county. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the 17-year-old student, Kylie Wall, said she approached Natrona County High School principal Aaron Wilson 3 weeks ago about starting a TPUSA Club America chapter at the school.
The president of that club says she's been being treated different. She's been told by the principal that she couldn't have a public meeting with the Kelly Walsh group. We contacted the principal, and he said that he doesn't have any issues with the club, but we do know that there was a teacher who tore a poster off the wall after this student leader posted that about a meeting that was supposed to happen last night.
Wilson initially hesitated before he allowed her to start a club that is associated with Turning Point USA. The family of the man who shot a Sheridan Police Department sergeant last year is suing law enforcement. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the family is saying that police should not have destroyed a home and fatally shot the man after the incident.
I did go ahead and also obtain the decision letter in which the county's top prosecutor declined to prosecute Officer Michael Shand, the one who shot Lowry. And I also talked to Shand, who said I had no other choice. He'd been shooting at cops from the home where he barricaded himself. He fled with an AR-15. He appeared to me to be smiling, and he was rushing through this tight-knit neighborhood toward other law enforcement and other people.
The lawsuit accuses the officer, also the Sheridan police chief, and other unknown John Does of wrongfully causing the February 14th, 2024 death of William Lowry, who had shot Sheridan Police Sergeant Nevada Krinke the day before. When former Obama-appointed U.S. Attorney for Wyoming Kip Crofts first read about a reinvigorated push for passage of a Wyoming bill that would require Congress to authorize the deployment of the National Guardsmen, one of the first reactions was disgust. Cowboy State Daily's Steve Bonnell reports that Crofts thinks the president should be able to deploy the Guard when needed.
Given kind of the ineptitude of Congress, especially in recent years, he just feels that it's not the right position to kind of be pushing this agenda or initiative, I should say.
Crofts went on to add that Congress already has put the federal government into a shutdown because of inaction, and giving them the responsibility of deciding whether to deploy Wyoming's National Guard is a poor decision. I'll be back with more news right after this.
I'm Reed Reisner. Wyoming's not just where I live, it's who I am. I've worked hard to support local families, veterans, and small business owners because when they succeed, our whole state gets stronger.
Reed Reisner, focused on Wyoming's economic growth and long-term prosperity.
I'm Reed Reisner, and I'm committed to Wyoming's future.
Learn more about Reed Reisner and OmniVest Financial at omnivestfinancial.com.
Securities and advisory services offered through LPL Financial, a registered investment advisor. Member FINRA, SIPC.
Amid ongoing tensions over how and when to propose new local taxes in Jackson, as well as Teton County, a deeper question over how to best market the area to the world was revealed during a joint meeting of elected officials on Monday. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison says residents aren't quite sure what to do.
On Monday, the Town Council of Jackson and the Teton County Commission met to discuss a proposed new lodging tax. And what really came out of that discussion were some pretty strong feelings around tourism and how to nurture it, whether Jackson needs to continue to market itself to the world.
The meeting adjourned without any vote or formal decision, but what emerged were signs of a community struggling and an ongoing dispute over whether Jackson still needs to promote itself as a destination. And Luca Rasmussen was playing video games with his friends, smoking marijuana, and messing around with a handgun back on February 12th. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports the 19-year-old Rasmussen stood beside his attorney and pleaded guilty to the single charge.
A 19-year-old Casper man took a plea deal Tuesday in the Natrona County District Court. He is responsible for playing with a weapon last February with two other young men in a room. They were playing games. They all had handguns, and he was apparently playing with his weapon, and the weapon went off and killed his friend. And so he took a plea deal from the Natrona County District Attorney.
Under terms of the plea deal, Rasmussen's guilty plea would be in exchange for a maximum 16-year sentence on the charge, which carries the potential of 20 years in prison. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that I would never be able to get over it and that my kids wouldn't have a father. I overdosed on heroin and I lived. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. For the longest time, fear held me back from ultimately being who I wanted to. I found the fatherhood program, and it was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. My desire to change had finally outweighed my desire to stay the same. I felt powerless for so much of my life that it's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. For the first time, I finally feel like I'm exactly where I should be, where I want to be.
Cowboy State Daily. I got to get some more coffee in me. It's Wednesday, halfway between the start and the finish. Yeah, hump day, Wednesday, newspaper day across the state of Wyoming. As you may or may not know, Casper High School, Natrona County High School in Casper might have a problem. Kylie Wall's 17-year-old teenager is trying to get a chapter of Turning Point USA started there, but the principal's like, we don't want to be the place of the next shooting. We don't want to be political. He wants nothing to do with it, allegedly. He's not talking, so I'll talk for him. You know what? You don't want to talk to the press? I'll be happy to fill in as your spokesperson. Sure sounds like to me you don't want Turning Point there. Okay. That's what we call censorship and an infringement on your rights as a U.S. citizen, but whatever. You're the principal. Meanwhile, yeah, it's Jackson Hole need to promote itself tourism-wise? No, it doesn't. It hasn't for 20 years, but it continues to promote itself. Jackson Hole continues to collect taxes from its people. It'll say it's taxing others, but it's also taxing its own people. It's taxing everybody it can, Jackson is, Teton County is, and it's using the money to promote more people to come when the place is already full. And those who say we still need a lodging tax and we still need to promote tourism, Jackson, those who say that must be like the furthest runt from the teat. They can't get a suckle because everybody else is suckling this pig. I don't know why you think you don't have access to the teat. There's a big old sow pig laying there feeding everybody in this town. And there's a jillion people visiting. But there's some that say, the glass is half empty. There's only 80% lodging filled. Only 80% of heads in beds. Every lodge you go to, every hotel, every motel, every inn, every 5-star resort has only beds in 8 of the 10 heads in 8 of the 10 beds. 80% lodging. We can get to 100 if we just promote Jackson more. Get more people in here. But where will they park? That's the thing. You know why there's only 80% lodging? The 20% that are not filled during peak, I didn't even mean to get into this deep right off the bat, but the 20% that are not filled, the lodging that is unfilled during peak, is the 3,000 a night rooms. You know, sorry. Mom and pop from Iowa took the $400 a night room. Remember when a motel used to be $69 a night, you know? It was not that long ago, really. Like you could reasonably pull up with the station wagon, park right outside your door for $69 a night. Now, minimum peak Jackson, the crummiest rat-infested room is $400. And you're likely, and you better have booked that a year out. They're gone. So, yeah, do we need to continue to promote? Yeah, we do, say some. Or we need to promote Jackson to the right kind of tourists. I love the Travel and Tourism Board. Their argument has been, and they're so able to pivot. This is an organization that exists only because there's a lodging tax. So guess what? When you ask them, should we continue a lodging tax? Should we increase it? Guess what their answer will be? Yeah, it's in our best interest. There'll be no Travel and Tourism Board if we don't have a lodging tax. We'll be dead. So why would we 86 ourselves? Of course, we should have a lodging tax because while we don't need to promote necessarily tourism in Jackson, we need to get the right kind of tourists. Really. It's such an exquisite pivot. We need the right kind of tourist. That's the argument, really, of the TTB, of the Travel and Tourism Board in Jackson. Acknowledging we're up to our eyeballs in tourists and visitors. We can't take even one more. Where would they park? There's a bus from China over here, idling, belching diesel, and all its people have flooded into the restaurant. You can't get a table. Your favorite restaurant, the one you support all year round. You go and eat there. Well, there is no shoulder season, but you're the only one eating there on November 15th, keeping this restaurant alive. But on July 15th, forget it. Place is filled with tourists. Anyway, yeah, we need more. We need the right kind of tourist. What kind is that? The kind that comes, spends a crap load of money, and gets the F out. That's the kind we need, right? In Jackson. Come, stay, leave. Don't buy any real estate. Don't stick around longer than your week here. Come, spend an obscene amount of money, and get out. What kind of tourists do we need? That's the pivot of the Travel and Tourism Board when the accusations fly that Jackson does not want to promote tourism anymore or can't possibly bring in one more outsider. No matter how much money, we're already making more money than we know what to do with. We don't want to, there's owners of businesses that can't find employees. I mean, like regular old, there's owners of businesses that are scooping their own ice cream and punching their own cash registers because they can't find any employees. They own the business. If you own a business, should you just be sitting at home collecting the money, right? Let the manager handle the hiring and firing, and it just runs. And then, no, if you own a business in Jackson, you're there working it 80 hours a week because no one else will. You can't find anybody because they'd have nowhere to live. Yeah, we need more tourism in Jackson. We need to promote this place more because we need the right kind of tourist. Angry August, a story from David Madison. You have no idea whether I have an opinion on that. Yeah, a little bit. And I'm benefiting from the tourism. I'm benefiting. And I still say there's too much. There's too many people here. It is too much. Angry August is now angry June. June, we're already angry because the visitors have been here since this slope since the lift stopped spinning. They never left. The skiers just somehow morph into the next tourist, and they're here April, May, June. By the end of June, you're done. You're like, I'm so tired of the tour. July, August. Yeah, angry August. Yeah, I DJ a wedding every Saturday of the year. Every Saturday. And for every Saturday I book in peak season, I turn away probably 3 or 4 on average couples. So I could work 4 weddings every single Saturday from May to November. I end up working 1 because there's only 1 of me. And then that continues. I got weddings every Saturday, all year. The Cowboy State Daily wants to have a company party, Christmas party on December 5th. I'm like, well, I can't go. It's a Saturday. I have a wedding. Every Saturday. Forget it. I'm working. Every Sunday, I'm working. DJing some other thing. Every single, and yeah, I know people are like, oh, man, what's the matter? You got too many jobs? You making too much money? There's somebody sitting in Metizzi right now that's saying, oh, boy, this is the world's smallest fiddle for Jake. He's got too much work. I can't find a job. Well, come here. You'll be working more than you know, more than you want to. I'll tell you right now, everybody's got their problems. Some people don't have any work. Some people don't want to work, which is the majority of Americans now. From what I see, some people don't want a job. They're not looking. And then some have too many. There's too many tourists here. And I'm benefiting from it. But at what point is it a law of diminishing returns? At what point is it no longer sustainable? It's not quality of life. It's not fun anymore. It's angry August. And the idea that the county and town people, the electeds, get together and wonder, do we need more tourism? And they hem and haw for a little while and say some good quotes for the media. And then they go ahead and push for more tourism because ultimately they own businesses. Money, money, money. It's so hard to reverse the decision. So I've seen this town when there were downturns of the economy. Remember when the real estate bubble burst? There have been slight downturns when everybody panicked. Business people would come to town council meetings in a panic and say, you got to do something to spur the economy. One little speed bump and everybody is panicked in Jackson because they remember what it was like 100 years ago to have to live here when the winter came and this place shut down. You just boarded up your ice cream shop in the winter. Nobody was buying an ice cream cone in December. Well, they are now. There's no off season. There's no shoulder season. It is just flat out go 9-0 every day of the week, every month of the year. But still, there'll be some that worry. What if we hit a downturn? Oh, we should keep the machine going. We should build more hotels and keep it going. The chase for money, the greed in Jackson is unreal. And when they debate whether we should tax visitors, why not get some money out of them? Let's tax the visitors and then spend it on promoting the town some more. I already know how it'll end. Yes, there will be a lodging tax. It will continue. It'll even increase. Even though if you ask the average person on the street, do we need to promote Jackson anymore? No. They'll find us. Don't worry. We don't need to have ads on Facebook. Everybody knows Jackson Hole, Yellowstone. They'll be here. They'll get here. They'll ski here. They'll ride horses here. They'll raft the rivers here. They'll find us. We don't need to help with their airfare, subsidize their airfare. Who's helping me when I got to fly somewhere out of this expensive airport? Anyway, I already know how it'll end. They will build that mega hotel no matter how much controversy, no matter how many hoops they make the developer jump through, no matter how painful they make it extracting money out of the developer for supposed affordable housing. No matter how many times the design and review committee says, you got to make it look more Western because we're a hokey cowboy town. It looks too modern. No matter what torture they employ on the developer, they will eventually get the mega hotel through because it's more sales tax revenue. It's more lodging tax revenue. It's more money. Money, money, money. I know how this ends. David Madison writes the story walking down the middle like a good journalist should. But David, I know how it ends. There'll be a lodging tax in Jackson, and it'll be as high as it can possibly be. And they'll promote this town because if they don't, there's others out there that are. People might go to Vail instead. They might go to Breckenridge. They might go to Montana. They might go somewhere else on their vacation. Heaven forbid. If we don't advertise, someone else will, and we'll lose that tourist dollar. That's the prevailing thought, and that's the winning idea every time. Enough rant on that. What else are we going to look at? A 19-year-old. I like how Dale Killingback writes his story. He says, a 19-year-old man shot a 16-year-old boy. Let me write that for you, Dale. A 19-year-old boy shot a 16-year-old boy. This 19-year-old smoking pot, getting high, playing with guns, shot his friend. Oops. Life's not a video game, dude, but I guess it is to you. And I don't want to make a judgment on just the photo, but ditch the man bun. Or the boy bun in this case. Let me share the photo from Killingback. This is the accused, I'm assuming, because he's wearing orange. Whenever I see anybody in orange, I'm like, oh, that's the guilty guy. That's why I never serve on a jury. When the lawyers ask me questions, I just expose my prejudice so early. I'm like, well, I'm here to make important decisions on who to put in jail and who not to, and whether he did it or not. And if you parade him in here wearing orange, guilty. That's an easy decision. It's the dude wearing orange. He's the guilty one. This man bun wearing boy is going to prison. I don't know. He said he's doing a 16-year stretch. He won't do half of that, though, the way they got things now. 16 years. When the judge bangs the gavel and says 16, it means, you and I know it means like 4. He'll be out. This is Luca Rasmussen rocking the boy bun. Dude, the man bun does not work. It's not a good look on anyone. Let me help you out with your fashion sense. Not that you should listen to me. I'm like the least fashion person ever. But I know 2 things women, pretty sure 2 things women will say you got to lose. The Crocs on the bottom and the man bun on the top. They are not good looks. If you're too lazy to bend over and tie your footwear, what does that say about you? The step-in kicks that everybody's rocking today, the slides, the Crocs, the step-in sneakers, it just shows how lazy Americans can't even be bothered to bend over to put on their shoes and tie them? Who has the time? Who has the energy to tie your shoes? It says a lot about you. I'm telling you, your footwear says a lot about you. And if you're rocking sweaty, greasy Crocs because they're comfortable and they're easy to put your foot in. I mean, women wear them, nurses like them. But guys, no. The man bun and the Crocs. Come on. Join the rest of the real society. Join the real world here. All right, we got to do weather and then we got to get out for a break because I'm off on a tangent. I got nothing else to do. There's no guests in the first hour, so I'm just given to my own verbal vomit. Casper, sunny, breezy, 73. Landers, 69. Sunshine. Evanston, sunny, 67. Rock Springs, sunny is 70. Pinedale, sunny, breezy, 62. Afton, sunny, 66. You seeing a theme here? A lot of sunshine. Little fog in Jackson early morning, and we'll burn that off. Sunny, 65. Thermopolis, sunny, breezy, 72. Cody, 71. Sunny with a little breeze as well. Buffalo, Sheridan area, you'll enjoy the low 70s with abundant sunshine. Newcastle, 73, sunny. Torrington, sunny and 80, hot spot of the state, you betcha. Wheatland, 78, sunny. State capital, Cheyenne, sunny, 71. A little bit of frost in the morning for Laramie, but you'll top out at 68 with sunshine today. Sunny and breezy in Rawlins with highs 67. That takes you across the state with the day weather forecast. Let's take a break.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean...
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Yeah, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake rolling along on a Wednesday. Jackie Smith is going to join us later in the show. You're going to enjoy this. Jackie Smith, you folks living up in Park County in the Cody Powell area, you know Jackie. Maybe you had a cup of coffee at that cafe she ran in Powell. Not anymore. She used to own a cafe in Powell. I'm pretty sure, a coffee shop. What is the difference between a coffee shop and a cafe? There's something to ponder. Is it just semantics? Is it just wordplay? Or is the cafe different than a coffee shop? In my mind, coffee shop conjures like a place that's pretty strictly coffee. Like, you're probably not going to find any pastries there. And if you do, they're not very good. Like, they do coffee. Probably not Wi-Fi there. It's, here's your cup of Joe, maybe a refill, get out. Or it's a drive-through. Coffee shop is predominantly coffee with something really dry to eat with it that makes you thirsty again. And a cafe is more like you buy a coffee, but basically you're renting the internet for 2 hours, right? At a cafe. Fancy $12 pastry, $8 cup of coffee, and 3 hours of internet use. And you barely drink the coffee or eat the pastry. That's a cafe. And a coffee shop's like for real coffee. And in my mind, I think, I don't know, that's how I interpret the differences. Anyway, Jackie Smith, I'm so easily off track. Crazy J Cafe in Powell. Jackie Smith owned that at one time. She's also worked for many, many years at Gunworks in Powell, right? But she started taking time off from her jobs and her life to do crazy things. I say crazy. I don't wonder what she would say. For instance, she sailed around the world in some kind of yacht race. Or do they call them sloops? Hang on, sloopy. Sloopy, hang on. She had to hang on to her sloop or she would have been washed right off the deck. I saw photos. She sailed around the world with others that she didn't know in a round-the-world yacht race that took almost a year. Who does that? Jackie. And she got back from that, and I think, personally, and we'll ask Jackie, I think she suffered from a kind of PTSD where she just, that was so different, outside the box living on a boat where she suffered trench foot, for instance, and yachty body. Basically, your skin is wet 24/7 and your skin starts revolting against you. The largest organ on your body starts working against you because it's saying, why am I constantly wet? And you can't explain to your skin that, well, we're doing this boat race. This kind of comes with it. And that's something sailors have to deal with. Extreme cold, extreme heat, tired all the time. Oh, what fun. But when you get back from that, when you do that for 11 months, 45,000 miles of this race, and you come back to your day job at Gunworks in Powell, Wyoming, it's got to be hard to adjust. And I'll ask Jackie, because I think she said that in a newspaper interview to some other paper. I think she had a hard time fitting back in. She's like, people would ask me what it was like, and I just couldn't really explain. Like, you just have no idea. It was just a total foreign world to be on a boat. I guess they're not yachts. I think they're sloops, right? This shows you what I know about sailing. But what did Jackie know about sailing before she went? Zip. She's from Wyoming. She read a book and watched some webinars and then went sailing across the world. I'm not kidding. We'll ask her. Let's ask her. She'll be on later and I'll ask her. That's how she learned to sail. Just a Wyoming girl. I read a book, watched some webinars. I'm ready. Which way's the anchor? Which one's the jib? Oh, man. But she she did that and then came back and like just didn't feel like, I think, like she fit in to the world. After you do something that's just so outstanding. And people said, Jackie, what are you going to do next? And she's like, something. I don't know, but it's going to be something that might surprise people. I don't know. You know what she decided to do next? What she's doing right now, today. It's not sailing. She's pounding the ground, man. Walking the PCT, the Pacific Creek Trail. No, the Pacific Crest Trail. 2,500 something miles of it. How long is that trail? I wrote it down here somewhere. 2,650 miles. She's walking from Mexico to Canada on the PCT. Just trying to find the next high, I guess. We'll ask her. Cody resident, worked for Gunworks for many years. Jackie Smith's out pounding the ground, walking the PCT. And she's going to call in. She's going to hopefully zoom in from the trail. Maybe she's at a cafe or a coffee shop. She's about 100 miles from the finish. She's almost there. She's almost done it. And of course, we'll ask Jackie, what are you going to do next? You sailed the world. You've sailed the ocean blue. You've walked the country. What's next, Jackie? What could possibly measure up? Yeah, that'll be fun. That'll be an interesting chat with her on the trail. I believe she's doing it bottom to top, south to north. I think that's how everybody does it. You start because you don't want to end in the heat. You don't want to end up in Mexico in the summer. Oh, there's already snakes everywhere in her photos of the journey. I'm pretty sure most everybody does it bottom to top, so that you end in Canada at this time of year when it's just about winter up there. And then that's your incentive to finish up, right? 2,650 miles. You got 100 miles to go, and it snowed yesterday, and it's snowing today, and I got to finish this up. Yeah, I think she's just about in Canada when she will check in with us. This story of the day, by far huge, because it involves your rights, our rights as Americans, rights we thought we had, rights, the right to free speech. And those rights are being infringed on every day by different people, different organizations. Mostly, I think, because people don't understand what the right to free speech is. Maybe I don't either, but I know people's definition of free speech is they think, for the most part, most people think, and this is because they don't teach social studies in school anymore. They need to bring back social studies. Forget math. You don't need to learn math. Golly, we got computers that can do that. You got a calculator that can do that. If math is your jam, maybe you'll go into civil engineering or something, but you basically don't need math. Replace math and algebra and all that crap because the computer can do it. And learn and bring back social studies, teach people the Constitution, teach people civics. Because most people's interpretation of free speech is, I have the right not to hear you exercise your right to free speech. And they got it all backwards. They got it upside down. I have the right to not be exposed to your rights. Your rights infringe on my way, and I have the right not to hear them, see them, and experience them. I think people got it backwards and upside down. I don't know if that's the case here, but by far, the burning story of the day. Casper, Turning Point leader, says high school principal is stifling free speech. Turning Point USA club leader at Natrona County High School. She's a 17-year-old. She's trying to get this Turning Point chapter going at high school, and she's being thwarted at every turn, speed bumps thrown up, with the principal saying, I'm not sure that's such a great idea. Meanwhile, she already has different clubs. She's been very active. It's not like she's, I'm a Charlie Kirk fanatic, comes to class wearing a Charlie Kirk shirt, and she's a leader. She's inspirational. She's going to be somebody. She may be the president of the United States one day, this 17-year-old kid. She's shown initiative. She's shown leadership. She started other clubs. But when she tried to start this one, that's really political in this day and age, she heard from the principal, allegedly. Kylie Walls, 17-year-old. We'll talk about that next when we come back. Cowboy State Daily Show this morning with Jake, with me, I think. I'll be back in 3.
Looking for a Saturday morning show that's not your typical news talk? Join your buddy Bags, John Baggett, for Cowboy State Daily Radio, where things get a little wild, a little weird, and a whole lot of fun. From 6 to 10 a.m., Bags dives into everything from radio to rodeo, teachers to preachers, music to media, sports to the supernatural. You'll hear interviews with newsmakers, entertainers, experts, and maybe even a few oddballs. It's less politics, more personality, sometimes serious, sometimes silly, always interesting. Text, call, or email your thoughts live at 307-278-9598 or wyomingbags307@gmail.com. Catch the show live on cowboystatedaily.com, YouTube, Facebook Live, or X. And if you sleep in, no worries. You can listen anytime on the Cowboy State Daily Radio archives. Cowboy State Daily Radio with John Baggett, where curiosity meets cowboy coffee. See you Saturday morning. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill?
No.
You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd?
He got a collapsed lung from vaping.
He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma.
It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Yeah, by far the most engaging story, the most explosive story of the day for Cowboy State Daily is this one. Written by Dale Killingback, Turning Point USA club leader at Natrona County High School, has been trying to get Turning Point USA club off the ground at the high school, trying to organize a grassroots chapter of Turning Point. And she's been told by the principal she can't have public meetings, she can't publicly celebrate the new chapter, or even talk to the media. And this 17-year-old thought, well, that sounds like an infringement on my free speech rights. Very perceptive, Kylie. I think it is. It sure sounds like it. Kylie Wall, 17-year-old, belongs to several extracurricular clubs at the high school already. She knows what it takes. I think that's important in this story because Kylie Wall, this is not her first rodeo, let's say, for the 17-year-old. She has already started different clubs, extracurricular clubs at the high school, at Natrona County High School. So she has that experience. She has that background. And she is claiming, look, when I started these other clubs, it was no problem. I knew what to do. There's a certain amount of paperwork. I don't know. You got to go ask the principal, Aaron Wilson, can I do this club? He's like, yeah, sure, whatever you want, kid. I don't know, but she knows how to do a club. Yet, look at today. Now put this in today's world climate. Kylie Wall says, well, I want to start another new club. And I'm just paraphrasing between the lines here. None of these are quotes. Keep in mind. I want to start another new club, TPUSA. Principal Wilson. Yeah, whatever you want, kid. Wait a minute. Let me see that application. Turning Point USA? I don't know about that. That sounds very political. We can't do politics at school. What? What do you mean you can't do politics? And I think that's what he said. Let me find the actual quote before I slander Principal Wilson into the ground. She said, Kylie Wall said, I started the K-Dub chapter with K-Dub students. That wasn't no problem. I started this club, that club. When I went to start Natrona County TPUSA, when I went to start Turning Point, Wilson refused to allow her club to participate in one dinner or something. He said it's not a public club. It's not open to the public, so the public can't be involved with it in any sense. Now, I don't understand how schools operate. They have to operate within a certain framework. There's things that are allowed and not allowed at certain schools. There is school district rules to follow, and I'm sure Principal Wilson knows what they are. And similar to that line of thinking is a comment on the Facebook page. Rachel kind of says the same thing. Rachel says, I'm not sure what the rules are as far as high school goes, but good for her. I have same feelings here, Rachel. I don't know what the rules are, Principal Wilson. Are there really rules where you can't do a political club? Are there really rules where you can't talk to a reporter? Because Principal Wilson allegedly said when Kylie Wall was approached by Oil City News, they said, can we talk to you about this club you're starting? She's like, I don't know. I have to ask the principal, which is the good thing to do. Way to go, Kylie. And the principal said, he said, if we even do this, I'm going to sit next to you the whole time. I'm going to sit right next to you. Wow. That sounds like free speech, right? Again, this comes secondhand through Kylie Wall because Principal Wilson is not talking. There's also an incident of when Kylie Wall's trying to put up posters. The poster is presumably saying we're going to have a Turning Point meeting or anyone interested in joining this Turning Point chapter. She put up posters on the wall, on the school hall, on the wall, where all other posters are fine, but these were torn down, ripped down last Friday. Wall said she was putting up posters approved by the principal, putting them up around the high school, And she heard talk that some of her classmates said, teachers are going around as soon as you put them up and they're ripping them down. And Kylie Wall's checking. She's like, yeah, you're right. And then she placed one poster on a wall. She walked away, didn't even get out of earshot, and heard someone ripping the paper. She turned around, retraced her steps, saw a teacher walking away down the hall. She took a photo of the teacher. Good for you, Kylie. She took up, this is why kids need their cell phones in school, right? I was so anti-cell phone in school. Now I'm like, good thing you had your cell phone. She took a picture of the teacher walking down the hall, and she goes to the principal. She said, teachers are ripping down the posters you approved. Look, here's one of them. And the principal said, he said, I'm going to send out a blanket email and remind the staff that they can't do that these posters are approved. And he even allegedly recognized the teacher. Kylie Wall said, I brought it to the principal. He told me that he had already discussed the posters with a teacher once. And this time he didn't know if it was the same teacher. Well, So it's already come to the principal's desk that the teachers were ripping down the poster, Turning Point poster. They didn't like Turning Point. Whatever issue they had with it. I don't know if they're left or right-leaning politically. I don't know if they just don't want to get involved. The whole Charlie Kirk assassination controversy. I don't know how it's a controversy. Someone is killed. Someone is shot dead. Doesn't matter why. In any other case, when you go to the judge, pretty much, well, I guess sometimes there's the wife that's been abused for 30 years and she finally snaps and shoots her husband. I guess why does matter. But for the most part, when you pick up a gun and shoot another dude, your political leanings don't come into question from the judge. They just like, did you do it? Anyway, whatever reason the teachers at Natrona County who are tearing down the posters have, I don't know, but the principal was aware of it. And he'll handle it with an email. I'll handle this. I'll send an email to the teachers telling them to behave. I think the most telling part of the story, if true, and again, this is secondhand testimony, which is not allowable in court. I can ask Claire. She'll be on later today. She knows. Wilson, the principal, initially hesitated, said he did not know if he would allow the club to be associated with Turning Point. According to Kylie, the 17-year-old who's trying to start it. She said the principal told her, I'm hesitant about this. And after allowing her to start Turning Point, eventually he said, with the caveat, and here's the $1 million quote, we have to be careful about this. So that tells me all I need to know about the principal's thinking, if true, that quote. We have to be careful. This is pocked with landmines. This is legal in the United States of America. In fact, it's constitutionally protected, but we have to be careful. We have to take baby steps. Is that not it in a nutshell? Is that not what we're talking about? I don't know if Natrona County High School or that school district is anti-MAGA. I don't know if they're Republican or Democrat. They shouldn't be anything. They should just be a learning institution. And there shouldn't be this political stuff. But it sure sounds like in this case, this high school and this principal doesn't want anything to do with Turning Point. Too much of a lightning rod, too much of a third rail. No, this doesn't sound good for the school. Which I can appreciate. It's look what it's done to America. Yeah, do you want to bring that into your school? But man, it's free speech. It's something that has to be addressed. You can't just stick your head in the sand. This story getting gangbusters on the Cowboy State Daily Facebook, 1,100 engagements. That means more than 1,100 readers took time to either say, click on an icon that says, I'm angry, thumbs up, I'm shocked, I'm crying, something. 725 comments. So you took the time to add your 2 cents, most of which I'm reading say that they range from concerned to appalled on Natrona County High School's behavior toward a 17-year-old who apparently understands the Constitution a little better than her teachers. It's been shared 222 times. The story is the story of the day, no doubt, for the Cowboy State Daily, but not the only. We are looking at other stories around the state. I don't know if I'm ready to go to this. Did Claire write this? Claire's going to be on later. No, Dale wrote this. Okay. I hate the end the hour on a shooting. It's just such a downer. Is there any positive stories? Hold on. I'm making a little shift here. Claire is on later today to talk about the family of the man. Yeah, we're going to have to end on an angry note. Sorry. This angry August, angry Jake today. It's a Wednesday, that's for sure. I'll be much more positive on Friday. Family of the man who killed the Sheridan cop. Say his name. Sergeant Nevada Krinke. Shot, 5 times? By this guy, William Lowry. His family is suing the cops for shooting him, for shooting their kid, their person. William Lowry, 46-year-old. I don't think there's any doubt about this, is the one that shot and killed Sergeant Krinke. Nevada Krinke went to Lowry's home to evict him. He had an eviction, and you know how the law now sides with tenants. You can hole up in a place, and you can not pay rent for 1,000,000 years, and your landlord can't get you out of there. So he's got an eviction notice Krinke's going to serve, and he's flat out ambushed. February 13th, 2024. He's like, knock on the door. Are you William Lowry? Bang, 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 bang. 5 shots. Killed him. Lowry then runs to a nearby home, takes up refuge, barricades himself in that home, has a big, long standoff with Sheridan cops. They called in county. They called in state. They brought in SWAT teams. They destroyed the home getting to him, which I'm not a big fan of. I think emotions were running high, and I think the Sheridan PD has not had a lot of cases where a guy is holed up in a house. I think they need maybe better training, but they blasted this thing with water. They wrecked the house. They destroyed it, and they did shoot Lowry, a sharpshooter, from 50 yards out, had him in his scope. When Lowry left the home, they finally hammered this home so bad and destroyed it. I'm sharing a photo of it. You can check it out on the story on that website. They destroyed the home so bad that Lowry finally exits, and one of the law enforcement who has been named in this suit, Michael Chan, said, I had this guy in my scope 50 yards out. He had this smirky smile on his face, and he was heading for what I thought could have been another home. He was heading for the next home. Maybe he was going to hold somebody hostage. I don't know. He took the shot. Dude, I don't mind. Emotions running high, blood's boiling. He knows one of his comrades in arms has been shot. I don't know if he knows at this point that Krinke's dead, but he knows cop down. When you answer cop down, man, your finger's 2 pounds on the trigger, waiting for the other 2 pounds when you hear cop down, officer down. And Chance got him in the scope. He's got him in the crosshairs, and he just pulls the trigger. knocks down Lowry, shoots him, graveyard dead. Anybody got a problem with that? That just cuts down on the expense of a trial, which is expensive. We'll learn later today. Sweetwater County is flat out of money to hold trials. They ran out of money to pay the jury to feed their juries. I'm getting off track, but I got no problem with Chan taking the shot. But the family does. They've lawyered up and started a lawsuit against police for killing their poor cop killer. Whatever. Oh, yeah, I don't like to go into breaks angry, but here I am, just the same, angry. We'll be back.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A new $1.2 billion, 184,000 square foot data center broke ground in Cheyenne on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the company is being innovative about many things, but water use is a priority.
The related digital and related companies broke ground today in Cheyenne on a up to 302 megawatt data center. I thought what was interesting about it is their emphasis on, hey, this isn't going to use any water. Clearly, data centers have heard, they've gotten the memo. People are concerned about the water usage with these things. It has traditionally taken a lot of water to cool this equipment off. With AI, it gets even hotter.
The facility is expected to generate about $250 million in tax revenue for Cheyenne and the state during its first 15 years of operation, according to figures from Related. U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis on Tuesday expressed her optimism for President Donald Trump's Middle East peace plan and recalled the horrors of the Hamas attack at a music festival in Israel 2 years ago to the day. Speaking with Cowboy State Daily reporter Sean Barry in her Capitol Hill office, the Wyoming Republican said Israel should not be faulted for its military response to the attack.
I asked Senator Lummis whether she was optimistic President Donald Trump's plan will succeed. She first said, I am hopeful, but then quickly added that it is a cautious hope. So there's room to be skeptical, but Trump has multiple countries involved in these talks.
Senator Lummis told Cowboy State Daily that she points the finger solely at Hamas for the suffering of Palestinians in Gaza. Supporters of wind and solar energy initiatives are split on whether the Trump administration's cancellation of renewable energy projects in blue states last week will impact Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that although the projects are terminated in other states, it still could affect Wyoming.
I spoke to supporters of renewable energy initiatives, and they told me that they're a little bit concerned that some of these cuts could have an impact here in Wyoming. Their argument hinges around the Western Interconnection, which is a massive energy grid that connects all of the Western states together.
The Trump administration last week terminated roughly $8 billion worth of renewable energy projects in blue states. Many of those cuts targeted Western states like Colorado, California, and Oregon, which did not vote for Trump in 2024. I'll be back with more news right after this.
I'm Reed Reisner. Wyoming's not just where I live, it's who I am. I've worked hard to support local families, veterans, and small business owners because when they succeed, our whole state gets stronger.
Reed Reisner, focused on Wyoming's economic growth and long-term prosperity.
I'm Reed Reisner, and I'm committed to Wyoming's future.
Learn more about Reed Reisner and OmniVest Financial at omnivestfinancial.com.
Securities and advisory services offered through LPL Financial, a registered investment advisor. Member FINRA, SIPC.
A Natrona County high school senior trying to launch a Turning Point USA Club America chapter believes her school principal may be infringing on her First Amendment rights and treating her club differently than others in the county. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the 17-year-old student, Kylie Wall, said she approached Natrona County High School principal Aaron Wilson 3 weeks ago about starting a TPUSA Club America chapter at her school.
The president of that club says she's been being treated different by her principal than she's noticing the same club at Kelly Walsh High School, also in the district, has been treated. She's been told by the principal that she couldn't have a public meeting with the Kelly Walsh group. We contacted the principal, and he said that he doesn't have any issues with the club, but we do know that there was a teacher who tore a poster off the wall after this student leader posted that about a meeting that was supposed to happen last night.
Wilson initially hesitated but did allow her to start a club that is associated with Turning Point USA. And the family of a man who shot a Sheridan Police Department sergeant last year is suing law enforcement. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the family is saying that police should not have destroyed a home and fatally shot the man after the incident.
He'd been shooting at cops from the home where he barricaded himself. He fled with an AR-15. He appeared to me to be smiling, and he was rushing through this tight-knit neighborhood toward other law enforcement, other people.
The lawsuit accuses the officer, the Sheridan police chief, and other unknown John Does of wrongfully causing the February 14th, 2024 death of William Lowry, who had shot Sheridan Police Sergeant Nevada Krinke the day before. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Our beautiful world is changing, withering, dying by the hands of those who don't value nature, even though we all depend on it for life itself. But there is hope. Together with caring friends, the Nature Conservancy can restore our lands, heal our waters, and save our wildlife with big solutions only nature can provide. But every day we lose more of the places we love, and we urgently need to save endangered lands, waters, and wild species. The actions we take today will determine the tomorrow we leave to our children and grandchildren. The water they drink, the air they breathe, the beauty they experience. To learn more about how you can help protect and conserve our beautiful world, visit nature.org today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here in hour 2, and I'm so glad to have this guest on because I became so angered last hour. Jackie, it's a good thing you didn't have to see that. Oh, I became somebody I didn't even recognize. I was so worked up. So good to have you here. Jackie Smith, by the way, is joining us live from the PCT, the Pacific Crest Trail. She's nearing the end of that 2,600-mile journey. And the only difference, some people don't know the PCT. It's kind of like the Appalachian Trail, similar, except there's more internet cafes on the PCT, from which Jackie joins us live now, I think. I don't know. Where are you?
I'm in Washington. I'm actually at a friend's house, but thank you for having me. I appreciate it. So.
You bet. So I was talking about you earlier. Were your ears buzzing, burning?
Not quite. Fill me in.
I was making some assumptions. I'll tell you what they are later. But first, I want you to catch us up on, because we'll get into the why. But right now, let's get into the what and where. You said you're in Washington, so you're nearing the end. This journey, most everyone does it south to north. Is that right? That's the preferred direction.
Yeah. So they're called Nobos and Sobos, northbound and southbound, which I had to be brought up on trail language. So that was something I learned on the trail, that I'm a Nobo. So I started at the Mexico border and heading to the Canadian border. And I am 2,400 miles in. I have 250 miles to go.
Oh, you're getting there pretty soon. As soon as they start pointing guns at you and you see the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and then you'll know you're at the end. Do you actually go into Canada? Do you actually start in Mexico or at the border?
And you start at the border. So there's it's called the terminus. There's kind of this wood structure, but then it's at the border wall. So it's kind of tradition is to go and put your hand on the border wall.
Oh, yeah.
And then go northbound. And then you go basically up to the Canadian border. They used to allow hikers to go through into Canada, and there's a road right on the Canadian side and then loop back around. But they have shut that down. And so now you hike to the Canadian border. There's a wood terminus there, touch it, and then you have to hike 30 miles back to the nearest road on the U.S. side.
Yeah, that's probably all due to Trump and tariffs, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, that's fun. That's so cool. So you're doing your best Cheryl Strayed impression, or did you see the movie Straight in the Wild, Reese Witherspoon? Did you see it before you did this?
You know, I didn't, but I've heard so much about it. I feel like I've seen it.
Yeah. I imagine. Well, I know from learning what your prep was to sail around the world, which was I read a book and watched some webinars, and then you're ready to get on a boat and sail around the world. Your prep for hiking was just, I didn't see the movie, but I got a good pair of hiking shoes. Which, by the way, it looks like you're a fan of blue. I'm following you on Instagram.
I'm not necessarily a fan of blue, but I shop discounts, and it's normally the color that's left over, it turns out. So it worked for me. I don't dislike it.
So tell me about preparation when people get ready to embark on 2,650 miles of walking from Mexico to Canada on the PCT. The prep is like, you got to learn from people who have done it before, what you should bring, what not to bring. Every ounce of weight means something. How did you get ready?
So I should have gotten a little bit more ready, to be honest. I think two things that I fell short on was conditioning and just overall research of the trail. But it's all worked out. So I don't necessarily regret it. If I were to do it again, I put more focus on that. I've done probably a dozen or so long treks before, not this long, but in that 100-mile range. So I already had gear. There was a few things that I decided to swap that I found out like on researching the trail. So one, I used to pack a camp stove, like a jet boil, and I switched to cold soak, so I don't have to pack a stove for this. So I don't have any type of heat source with me, and I eat all my meals cold, which is just less weight. It's also faster. I'm not sitting around waiting for water to boil.
Yeah.
And then, I probably should have walked a little bit more. I did a couple hikes. I did the Teton Crest Trail last fall, and then I did Havasu Falls in the spring, just to test some gear out and make sure I was happy with it.
Yeah, nice little shakeout run. That'll teach you a few things. Conditioning, I mean, by the time you get to Mojave, you're probably you're feeling like you're in pretty good shape when you start out. And the trail is nothing but snakes, apparently. Like all your Instagram photos, like the first couple of weeks, you're like snake here, snake there, snake there.
There was a lot of snakes.
Holy cow. But you probably, what did you start out? You did like average, how many miles a day? Average weather, average day. You started out doing how many miles, and then found your sweet spot where you're really cruising, maybe. And again, flat terrain, let's say it's similar terrain. What did you start at, and what did you end up like when you were really hitting your stride?
Yeah. So through the desert section, I was around 17, 18 miles a day. And then as I worked my way up through California, eventually ended up at like a 25 miles per day. And then as I've gotten into Washington and the days have gotten a lot shorter, I've dropped back down to kind of like that 20 to 22 miles per day.
Whoa, that is still, holy cow. Now there's, I guess when you're doing this walk, when did you start, by the way? Give me a date.
I started May 16th. I was on the kind of the late end. So you can, it's a lottery permit system. And they have start dates on March, April, May, and I would have much preferred an April start date, but I work with what I got.
So fascinating. We're talking to Jackie Smith. If you're in the Park County area, you may have heard of Jackie Smith. She's worked at Gunworks for a long time. You once owned a coffee shop in Powell, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if people remember the Crazy J Cafe. So yeah, I bet there's listeners that probably go, I know that voice. I know that Jackie Smith. So there's so many questions I want to ask about the trail because it is my bucket list, but I'll never, my time is come and gone where I'm going to do 20 miles a day. I remember doing 17 and thinking I'm good. And I'll do 2 of those in a row and that's about it. But was it easy to follow the trail? Were there times where you were like, where the heck is the trail? I think you were diverted occasionally by forest fire activity or some stuff like, How easy was it to stay on trail?
I'd say like 95% of it is actually quite easy. The trail is well marked and maintained, and then there's 5% that hasn't had a lot of trail maintenance. A lot of people skip Northern California, so NorCal especially. Like the trail was really overgrown. It was thorny. There was blowdowns. There was a few times I did have to get out my GPS and make sure I was on track, or realize I was off track and had to cut back into the trail. So it does happen every once in a while getting off trail, but it's pretty awesome today's technology that I can just, get out my phone and see where the trail is, see where I am, and make my way to it.
Yeah. On that subject of tech and electronics, what are you packing? You've got probably a phone in case of emergency, certainly to take photos. You got GPS. You got something to charge the phone maybe because you are off grid for days, if not weeks.
Yeah, so I do carry a phone, which is like my main source of navigation. It's also like my main source of communication. I carry a backup satellite phone in the event that my phone, I lose it, I break it, something happens to it, and then a battery bank and a head torch, and that's all I have for electronics.
Yeah. Oh man. And how often? So I see, when people are doing, by the way, we're talking to Jackie Smith. She's no-bowing the PCT trail. Look how knowledgeable we are now of the lingo. Thanks, Jackie. So you get to communities now and then. You got times where you're on Mount Whitney, or you're like, no, like there is nothing, man. You and the animals in the trees. And I don't know how long could pass before you see another hiker even. And then you have times where you actually come into a town, a community, and it's sort of a cheat day on the trail where it's pancake breakfast. Maybe you sleep in a bed.
Yeah.
Do I have it kind of right?
Yes. Yeah. So it is. There'll be times where I see, maybe 2 or 3 other hikers per day for a bit, and then exactly coming into town. I can normally tell when I'm getting close to a town because then you see more day hikers, and I'm like, oh, we're heading into civilization, and then go into town and eat a massive amount of food that wouldn't be acceptable at any other time in my life, and definitely do a load of laundry and clean up, and then get my resupply box. So I originally started out doing a lot longer stretches. It's something I learned that I needed shorter ones. So I think my first carry was like an 8 days worth of food, which is actually really quite heavy. And now I'm typically not going over 6 days in between stops. But originally I was going about eight days in between stops.
Yeah. So what is the biggest surprise that you were not prepared for? No matter, you didn't do a lot of prep. You were kind of ready and you figured things out. But what was the biggest thing? You're like, man, I wish I knew this. I'm going to tell the next person walking the PCT.
That's actually kind of a hard question. I think maybe part of it is just like hiking your own hike. That there's going to be people that, especially at a late day, I don't know how many times I hear like, well, you're kind of late, aren't you? And just like dealing with like, the small interactions and people, just maybe being a bit discouraging and realizing it's their own fear and that I'm perfectly comfortable with it and just carrying forward. But I expected more out, like if everyone's outdoors, encouraging like words that we're all outdoors and push me forward, opposed to like, wow, you're late, the weather's going to turn soon, like what are you going to do about this? I'm like, right. I don't know, just deal with it when I get there.
right Or you're going to put your tent there, I don't know. But meanwhile, Jackie's thinking, you know what, you didn't spend 11 months on a sloop like dealing with yachty body, and we got to talk about that in a second. So okay, I could see that. Like, yeah, so your advice is a little 30,000 foot view. It's not like, oh, you're not going to want those shoes. It's more like, hey, you do you on the trail. Don't worry about it. Find your own motivation. Why are you doing this? Why are you on the PCT? And just rock with that. How many shoes did you go through, by the way? How many pairs?
I'm on my 5th pair. So about every 500 miles, I swap out pairs. And I originally didn't get the right shoes. When I started, I had a lot of foot problems. And I remember coming into the town as Idlewild in California, and my feet were just, and they were in so much pain. And just having this thought that I was like, I'm going to walk in to a shoe store and it's a hiking town. And I'm like, and there's going to be someone there that was like called to be a podiatrist, but didn't go to school, but they ended up in shoe sales and they're just going to know feet and they're going to help me out. And I walked in and this gal, she looked at me and I was like, my feet hurt. She's like, awesome. She's like, let me see your feet. And she looked, she's like, oh, look at that angle. She's like, you have a high arch. She goes, step down. Oh, but look how it collapses. Look at, you need this wide toe box. And within 3 pairs of trying on, she's like, try on this pair, this pair. I tried them on. I was like, it feels a lot better, but this here, she's like, it's even wider than I thought. And she grabs another pair. She's like, try this. I'm like, that's it. And so
you did find the foot scientist. Oh,
I did. She was amazing and got me shoes. And then I've just ordered them each time off of Amazon. But I switched to trail running shoes for this, and you swap them out every 500 miles is the recommended time for a trail running shoe.
Well, see, if you had watched Reese Witherspoon in Wild, I watched it. I can barely remember it, but I remember like the first town she came in, she like, nope, we got to change out the footwear. That is the first thing you find out isn't working, because your feet will tell you if you're not completely prepared to walk the PCT. Amazing. Jackie Smith is walking the PCT. She's almost done. She's up there in Washington. She can see Canada from there. The end is near, and I hope the weather holds out for you. Let's talk about the why. We talked about where and what. Let's talk about the why. And here's when I was talking about you, Jackie. This is when I pretended I knew you. I said, Jackie's walking this trail because she had a hard time coming back to the real world after she sailed it. I don't know. I felt it, Jackie. You were doing like regular, hits this Wyoming person, you own this cafe, you're working at Gunworks, and then I don't know what inspired you, but you're like, I'm going to sail around the world on this yacht race. They're not yachts. What are they called? Clippers?
Yeah, the type of boat is a Clipper 70, but yeah, they're called yachts.
So you get somehow inspired, the light bulb goes on to do this Clipper 23-24 race. It puts you sailing around the world, like for most of the year, 45,000 miles, 11 months. And here's what you know about sailing. I read a book and I watched some webinars. God bless you, Jackie. And you're like, I'm going to do it. And your takeaway was extreme heat, extreme cold, and wet all the time, tired all the time. You talked about trench foot and all these. Your skin actually revolts against you. It's like, why am I wet all the time? Your skin starts fighting against you on this boat. And I love you. When you got back, I think I heard you say to reporters, your takeaway was it was hard to talk about it to regular people. Like, they're like, Jackie, what was it like? You're like, I can't even. It was so much. It's hard to, it's almost like a PTSD, I imagine. People who serve in military, like they come back to the real world and they're like, I don't fit in this anymore. I don't know. Is that your motivation while you're on the PCT? You did some adventure like this and you're like, this was crazy. I need more of these kind of things.
Yeah, I think there is actually a grain of truth in that it is hard to go from being isolated or in these extreme adventures and come back and people do want to know. And we even joked on the boat of how do you explain this experience to friends? And the PCT has been on my bucket list. Sailing around the world wasn't actually on my bucket list before I started, but it obviously was an adventure of a lifetime, so I couldn't pass by it. So PCT I've known about since high school, and wanted to do it, and I figured better now while I still can and am able, and I have the time and resources. But we had quite a few jokes on the boat of like how we're going to explain to our friends. We're like, we're going to invite our friends over for dinner. And we're going to cook food, but it's either going to be over or undercooked.
Yeah.
And we're going to serve it to them in a dog bowl. And as soon as they sit down, we're going to go behind them and we're going to flip the back of the chair over. And then once they sit back up and they get their food back in their bowl and they go to take the next bite, we're going to take a bucket of water and throw it in their face. But like when we're doing it on the boat, we're laughing but it's not comfortable. It's just something you end up laughing through. And so
that's so crazy.
We were talking just about how we could subject our friends to that.
Yeah. That's a violent lunch. And guess what? That's also going to be dinner and breakfast tomorrow. And that's going to be everything for your entire time. Yeah, you sailed around the world in this race. And Did you actually what like the first few legs or days or whatever they measure it in? Like you guys were terrible. In fact, they made fun of you. Your boat was the how long bay, and they're like, how long they going to be out there? Like, come on. And did you actually end up winning? Like you went from worst to first?
Yeah, we did. So the first 3 legs we were last. We did terrible. We really didn't gel very well as a team. And then the 4th leg, I think there's 14 legs total. The 4th leg, we clicked and we got along really well after that and learned how to work as a team. And by the time we crossed the Pacific Ocean, we pulled into first place and then hung on to it.
Nice. Jackie, now be straight with us. How many times did you fall off?
None. It's a big deal.
Yeah, that would be.
And so, yeah, typically when conditions get rough or at night, we have to be clipped on. And so our life vests were also harness systems, and they had like a 3-piece kind of carabiner. So one was always hooked to you, and then one to what are called jack stays that run along the boat. And then you had 3 because if you had to switch to a different jack stay, then you clip the next one and unclip the last one. So anytime the waters were rough or it was dark out, we were clipped on.
Yeah. Oh man. Jackie, get that jib. She fell off. Yeah, that had to be some kind of experience. And it's funny, I heard you say in the story about how everybody was, despite the conditions that you mentioned are like not fun. You're always tired. It's hard to even eat. It's hard to do anything. You're always wet. You were careful not to break anything because you would be penalized in this race if you broke something. I'm thinking you guys were so careful. You didn't. I looked at the results. You won by like 1 point. Like you won by 1 point and you had 0 penalties. So it was the fact that you ran clean. You didn't break a dish or whatever. That was the difference. You won.
Yeah, we did. So there was breaks that were allowed and there were breaks we were penalized for. It was a dollar-based system. So if we broke a sail to the point that we had to have someone come in and help us fix the sail, then we would get penalized. But we did break a couple sails, but we had 3 at different times amazing so I don't know, you call them seamstress sewers on the boat.
Yeah.
And part of our like basically galley area would convert. We would rip up the bench and there was a sewing machine in there. And so they would stay up and they'd sit, and while we were sailing and the boat's sideways and people are still doing stuff, they'd be out there sewing our sails back together anytime we did tear one.
Wow. Well, it's the amazing life of Jackie Smith. She's walking the Pacific Crest Trail. She's almost done. And then you're going to have to figure out what's next on the bucket list. When you came back from sailing the world in this unique round-the-world sailing in a clipper race, I think you were asked, like, what's the next thing? And you're like, I don't know. I might even surprise myself what the next thing is. So we have to ask you, Jackie, as you're almost done with the PCT and you come back to regular life, what's the next thing?
I'm in the same position. I honestly don't know. I just kind of whatever speaks to me next and kind of follow my heart and go from there.
All right. Well, make sure you post stuff on. I'm following you on Insta now, so post the finish of you there in Canada with a hockey stick and touching the Blarney Stone to prove that you finished the trail. I'm so excited just to learn who you are, Jackie Smith. You can find her in Park County sometimes. I don't know, or she's sailing the world or walking the United States. Thanks for spending time with us this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, have a safe. Oh, by the way, did you feel safe on the trail, the PCT, for the most part? Some people say, it could be sketch for somebody doing it alone.
Yeah, haven't experienced anything sketchy. It's all felt very, very safe.
Nice. All right. Well, stay safe. Good luck. And yeah, finish up. Get back to Wyoming. Let us know when you're here.
Sounds good.
We'll throw you a party. Yeah. Wow, Jackie Smith, that's so cool. We got to take a break. Maybe talk a little weather with Don Day right after this on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. There's no sparks. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
And we're back from break on the Cowboys State Daily Show. Don Day is flying balloons down there in Albuquerque, and he's not able to join us this morning. Which is fine, because we had an extended conversation with Jackie Smith. That was fascinating. Kind of walking the PCT along with her, walking alongside. She is soloing. No bowing, we learned, headed northbound. No bowing the Pacific Crest Trail, 2,650 miles of it. She's up in Washington State now, getting ready to go over There's one last pass she's got to go up and over before she finishes the trip in Manning Park in Canada, British Columbia, Canada. There'll be Hart's Pass she has to get over after she gets over Rainy Pass. Well, she's done Pass. She's already been over Stevens Pass. She's been on top of Mount Whitney. She's walked from Mexico to Canada. More importantly, she survived traversing all of California. Good for her. And Oregon, and Washington. Man, that's not easy. Have you ever seen the movie Reese Witherspoon? Wild? She plays, it's the true story of Cheryl Strayed, right? I saw that movie when it came out, 2014. Wow, was it that old? I guess so. Yeah, Reese, that was a cool movie. I mean, if you think, when you have just one actor carry a movie, that's not easy. Remember when, what's his name, did Martian? It was just basically all him. Martian, the movie. It was, what's his face? Matt Damon. If you've seen The Martian. I mean, there's flashbacks to when he was on Earth, but basically, it's one of those movies where it's got to be a hard sell when you're pitching it. Here's your elevator pitch. It's a movie that stars one guy, and he's stuck on Mars. Okay, what else? It was like probably, trying to sell Seinfeld, the TV show back in the day. It's a show about nothing. Okay. What's the plot? Nothing. No plots in any of it. Okay. What's the character development? None, really. What's the show about? Nothing. Yeah. How do you sell The Martian to the Hollywood execs? It's a show about one guy and he's stuck on Mars. And we just follow him around with a shaky camera. That one guy better be a really good actor. It's like the dude stuck with the volleyball on the island. Kimmy, what was that guy? The guy stuck on the island with the volleyball. Tom Hanks. Similar to that. Every once in a while, there's an actor-driven movie that succeeds where it probably shouldn't. It's a movie about Tom Hanks and only Tom Hanks. Yeah, we'll have some flashbacks, but it's basically this guy stuck on an island. Okay, is there going to be anybody like Brooke Shields on that? Nope, just a guy stuck on an island. Is there anyone else we're going to cast? Well, a volleyball. Okay, how do these movies get funded? But The Martian worked. It was a great movie. Matt Damon did a great job. And Wild kind of worked. I don't know what it did at the box office. But Reese Witherspoon did a good job playing Cheryl Strait. Wild, based on the true story of Cheryl. She's a Portland author and she was going through personal family struggles, and she just took off. Decided to walk the PCT. And we walk it with her, Reese Witherspoon. And we kind of walked it with Jackie Smith, who's doing it. Park County's Jackie Smith. Good for her. Where was I going next? I can't remember. I didn't want to get into anything that would boil my blood because I'm finally calm now. After talking to Jackie, that was a nice story. Let's try this one from Steve Bonell, Cowboy State Daily. Yesterday, I think it was just yesterday or the day before, it was this week, not long ago, that we talked about a Wyoming lawmaker. Was it Chris Rothfuss, senator, Democrat? Not that it matters whether it's an R or a D, but there was a lawmaker in Wyoming thinking, Trump's deploying the National Guard in L.A. He tried, right? I think he did. He's deploying the National Guard to help police D.C. because it's a cesspool. And he just declared war on Chicago with the National Guard. And Senator Rothfuss is thinking, what if he decides to tap Wyoming's National Guard to go fight crime in Casper or Rock Springs? Of course, I'm going to mention those two cities where crime is out of hand. And Rothfuss says that doesn't sound like a proper use of the Wyoming National Guard, and the president should not be allowed to be in charge of the National Guard. That should be an act of Congress that sends a National Guard into engagement. And Rothfuss was considering legislation that would make it clear in Wyoming that, hey, hands off POTUS when it comes to our National Guard. Can't use Wyoming National Guard, can't send them overseas to fight some war, and you can't use them to police our own cities. Don't even think about it. Hands off. He was thinking about passing a law, Rothfuss. Kip Crofts is involved now. Kip Crofts, former U.S. Attorney for Wyoming, appointed by then President Barack Obama, and referring to Rothfuss' recent touting of his proposed bill, his proposed law, Defend the Guard Act, he said it was, I think, what was the quote? Moronic? He pulled no punches. He said, I say ironic and moronic because at the present time, we are in the middle of a government shutdown. So basically, Croft is saying that's ridiculous to say the president can't deploy the National Guard and only Congress can, because as Croft points out, the Congress can't do anything right now. They can't even function the government. We're in a shutdown, Croft said. So it's pretty funny thinking that Congress is in charge of the National Guard. Yeah, nothing will get done. Congress has proved in recent years, Croft said, that it is utterly incapable of functioning at any task other than partisan bickering. Is he wrong? That's pretty dead on accurate. Congress has proved in recent years it's utterly incapable of functioning at anything other than bickering back and forth across party lines. Kip Croft says this. So how are they ever going to deploy? He said the whole point of National Guardsmen is emergency deployment. They're there for emergencies, forest fires, floods, rioting in the streets, whatever it is. These are emergency situations. Thinking that Congress can act at all, much less in the speed required to authorize deployment of the National Guard, is ridiculous. The president just picks up a phone, says, get your asses over there and bring your guns. That's faster than, let's have Congress meet and decide what to do with the Wyoming, Kip Crofts, and again, I'm paraphrasing, I'm trying to use some Crofts quotes in here because they're pretty good. They're more outrageous than anything I could say. He called it ironic and moronic that Congress should be the boss of the National Guard. It's moronic. Congress can't boss the country. We're in a shutdown still. And by the way, has anybody noticed? I forgot to ask Cowboy Kevin yesterday, how are you making it through this shutdown? That should be the topic of it. That should be the greeting whenever you see somebody down at the post office or at the hardware store or at the beauty salon. How are you making it through the shutdown? Unless you work for the government, you probably don't even notice there's a shutdown. Oh, I haven't given it much thought. Are we in a shutdown? Yeah, the government's not working. Was the government ever working? I haven't noticed. But those in the government, they're hurting. They're being furloughed. They're working without pay with a promise that they will be paid eventually, maybe one day when the shutdown's over. But right now, if you're not employed by the government, we're all finding how unnecessary the government is. This is the last thing anybody wanted if you work for the federal government, is to go into a shutdown. Because every time we do, it becomes painfully aware, in our face aware, that we kind of don't need government. Again, going back to an episode of The Office. Remember the time when there was no boss? Something happened to Michael and there was no, for days they went without a boss. And it, as Jim said on the show, turns out that you really don't need a boss. You really don't need anyone. You come in, you do your job, you carry on, you live life and you really don't need a boss. Yeah, I don't, so far so good with that government shutdown. Although the FAA, I guess there's starting to see some backup with flights. Supposedly, that was in the news yesterday, that there's federal air traffic control guys who are not at work. And that's caused a little bit of a backup. TSA, I think they continue to work. I think they're a furlough. They're a necessary government thing. But supposedly there's been some disruption to flight travel, which, you know what? Any weather can do that. So big deal. You get a few storms here and there, a little snowfall in Chicago, and the whole country's backed up with flights. You get one or two canceled flights because United airplanes are falling apart and the whole country's backed up suddenly. So big deal. A few air traffic guys don't come to work and we're backed up. Anything can back up air traffic, commercial airlines. So basically we're in day what of the shutdown and no one has noticed. I'm going to start my own shutdown right now. I'll be back in 3 minutes.
Sometimes fatherhood.
I'm the
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go?
Excellent. Suckers. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
we're back on a Wednesday Cowboy State Daily Show. Andrew Rossi scheduled, but so far he's in the wind. So we'll move on. Moving on. Jackson Walker's story about Sweetwater County coming up short on money for jury trials. This is why everything always comes back to money, doesn't it? Follow the money. Claire McFarland has had stories about a real lack of lawyers is one reason why cases don't go to trial. I'm frustrated all the time seeing like alleged criminals get off easy with plea deals. And at first I thought it was just lazy prosecutors. Like, do you have too big of a caseload that you don't have time to prosecute this? And it'd be a lot easier if the dude you were prosecuting just said, yeah, I sort of did it. Plead no contest and you work out a deal with the judge. All these criminal cases get solved in the judge's chambers rather than out in front of the public and in front of a jury. And I thought it was maybe the laziness of prosecuting attorneys or the fact that they're overwhelmed, that they have too much. They don't have the bandwidth to take on all the cases. They got to prosecute this guy for petty larceny, this dude for attempted murder, this dude for carjacking. Like, it's too much. And it's a lot easier to just plea something down and get it off your books. That may be some of the issue. Again, Claire is scheduled to come on later today. She may know. But a lot of it, I think, now is money. Some of these counties in Wyoming anyway, probably this is the way across the United States, some counties, they just don't have the money to do big, long cases that are likely going to be appealed, so the case never ends. It could be a month-long murder case, let's say, in Sublette County, and that could drain their funds. And if it's a case, if it's something like murder, if it's something like serious, forget capital punishment. That's already a reason why you won't see anybody go after the death sentence. That's like, it's on the books, but it'll never be used in Wyoming. It's too expensive. It's money. No county is going to pursue capital punishment against somebody because that automatically triggers appeals and it's never over. And you're in court and you're paying a lawyer to deal with this case. You're paying your prosecuting attorney to just grind his or her wheels on this case for years. So you'll see they won't even swing for the fences on. You could be a cannibal. You could be a mass murdering cannibal, Jack the Ripper 2, eating the brains out of people's heads. And you could even admit it to cops when they arrest you, and still the slam dunk case will not involve it will not end with you on the electric chair. It will not end with you making a visit to Sparky or injection or a shooting squad, because it's too expensive to run a capital punishment case. Life in prison without the chance of parole is the best you'll do in this state anymore. There's not a county that can afford to prosecute a capital punishment, to pursue that as the end game. Prove me wrong. Tom Lubnow, are you listening? Maybe we'll ask Tom or Claire. You won't see it. These counties can't even do what they're doing now. Sweetwater County is $50,000 short of even paying their juries. You know, you got to feed a jury. If they're sequestered, you got to put them up. I guess that's not free. You got to go down to the local Motel 6, they need finer accommodations than that. If you're going to sequester the jury, you got to put them up at the Radisson or something, right? Sweetwater County Commissioners Tuesday approved an additional emergency $50,000 of the budget for juries and trials after an unexpected rush of trials drained the district's operating budget. In other words, there's been so much crime in Sweetwater County, where Rock Springs is the capital. Again, this should not be a surprise. There's so much crime in Sweetwater, they can't even afford to prosecute it all. This is not even funny, but it is funny. Trials are not as common as settlements in both criminal and civil court. Yeah, Jackson Walker says trials typically have become less commonplace, and more commonplace have become settlements. And it's because of money. There's a shortage of court-appointed defense attorneys. Usually, your average criminal he's a criminal because he or she doesn't have any money. So in 99% of the cases where somebody is up on a serious felony charge, they're not going to be able to afford an attorney. They don't come from money. If they had money, they probably wouldn't be doing crime. Probably. So you need court-appointed free public defenders. There's a huge shortage of those. Guess why? You didn't go through 12 years of law school or however long it takes. You didn't cram to pass the bar to be a public appointed attorney, to do freebies. There's not enough public attorneys, so that's one reason. And there's not enough money to go around to even prosecute cases. Sweetwater County's got so much crime they can't even afford to go to trial, can't even pay juries a per diem. They're out of money. And they had to go get a $50,000 more to get through, the rest of the year. Usually they run July to July for their budget. I don't know how long the $50,000 will keep them going. But they said, one person representing Sweetwater County said, we just finished a 2-week civil trial. This trial now, we got another one that's in its 5th day. The 2-week trial cost more than $10,000, and that doesn't include meals or snacks for the jury, so they're out of jury money. Wyoming law mandates jurors be paid $30 a day. That's all. That's not much. Plus mileage if they live outside a 5-mile radius. Sweetwater County pays its jurors $50 a day if they serve more than 5 days. It's not huge money, but it's huge crime in Sweetwater County. Crime and civil, both criminal and civil cases that go before a trial of a jury. They go before a jury trial. And these jury trials are expensive. And it is a huge reason, I'm telling you, why they police stuff. Why you constantly see a real bad guy. He's choked and stabbed and done all these things wrong, and he gets a plea deal. Facing a maximum, let's say maximum 30 years, he pleads no contest to 8 years, whatever. And it's because it's just so much easier and less expensive. Sweetwater County's out of money to even prosecute the crime they got going on. Jackson Walker with that story in the Cowboy State Daily. It's sad. And then, even if we do go through the expense of jury trials, that we see so many communities crying. We hear the argument that our jails are full. There's nowhere to put them. We can't afford to prosecute them and we can't afford to house them forever. Justice system's got a real problem, facing real challenges in America. Can't afford to prosecute criminals and got nowhere to put them when we do. Care to solve that one? We're out of time in this hour. Coming up on the show, special guest Claire's going to be joining us. I'm hoping Jared Petrino will be here. We'll talk UW sports. Cowboys got a big game against San Jose State. They have, if they were going to start playing football, they can start anytime now. I mean, it is officially time to panic. If you're a Pokes fan, we're in conference play. We're halfway through the season. Let's go, boys. That offense needs to wake up, and it needs to wake up this weekend. Jared Petrino will join us. We'll talk sports. Cowboy State Daily Show continues after top of the hour news break for our radio affiliates. We'll see you on the other side, and thanks for making us part of your Wednesday morning routine.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A Natrona County High School senior trying to launch a Turning Point USA Club America chapter believes her school principal may be infringing on her First Amendment rights and treating her club differently than others in the county. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the 17-year-old student, Kylie Wall, said she approached Natrona County High School principal Aaron Wilson 3 weeks ago about starting a TP USA Club America chapter at the school.
The president of that club says she's been being treated different. She's been told by the principal that she couldn't have a public meeting with the Kelly Walsh group. We contacted the principal, and he said that he doesn't have any issues with the club, but we do know that there was a teacher who tore a poster off the wall after this student leader posted that about a meeting that was supposed to happen last night.
Wilson initially hesitated before he allowed her to start a club that is associated with Turning Point USA. The family of the man who shot a Sheridan Police Department sergeant last year is suing law enforcement. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the family is saying that police should not have destroyed a home and fatally shot the man after the incident.
I did go ahead and also obtain the decision letter in which the county's top prosecutor declined to prosecute Officer Michael Shand, the one who shot Lowry. And I also talked to Shand, who said I had no other choice. He'd been shooting at cops from the home where he barricaded himself. He fled with an AR-15. He appeared to me to be smiling, and he was rushing through this tight-knit neighborhood toward other law enforcement, other people.
The lawsuit accuses the officer, also the Sheridan police chief, and other unknown John Does of wrongfully causing the February 14th, 2024 death of William Lowry, who had shot Sheridan Police Sergeant Nevada Krinke the day before. When former Obama-appointed U.S. Attorney for Wyoming Kip Crofts first read about a reinvigorated push for passage of a Wyoming bill that would require Congress to authorize the deployment of the National Guardsmen, one of the first reactions was disgust. Cowboy State Daily's Steve Bonnell reports that Crofts thinks the president should be able to deploy the Guard when needed.
Given kind of the ineptitude of Congress, especially in recent years, he just feels that it's not the right position to kind of be pushing this agenda or initiative, I should say.
Crofts went on to add that Congress already has put the federal government into a shutdown because of inaction, and giving them the responsibility of deciding whether to deploy Wyoming's National Guard is a poor decision. I'll be back with more news right after this.
I'm Reed Reisner. Wyoming's not just where I live, it's who I am. I've worked hard to support local families, veterans, and small business owners, because when they succeed, our whole state gets stronger.
Reed Reisner, focused on Wyoming's economic growth and long-term prosperity.
I'm Reed Reisner, and I'm committed to Wyoming's future.
Learn more about Reed Reisner and OmniVest Financial at omnivestfinancial.com.
Securities and advisory services offered through LPL Financial, a registered investment advisor. Member FINRA, SIPC.
Amid ongoing tensions over how and when to propose new local taxes in Jackson, as well as Teton County, a deeper question over how to best market the area to the world was revealed during a joint meeting of elected officials on Monday. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison says residents aren't quite sure what to do.
On Monday, the Town Council of Jackson and the Teton County Commission met to discuss a proposed new lodging tax. And what really came out of that discussion were some pretty strong feelings around tourism and how to nurture it, whether Jackson needs to continue to market itself to the world.
The meeting adjourned without any vote or formal decision, but what emerged were signs of a community struggling and an ongoing dispute over whether Jackson still needs to promote itself as a destination. And Luca Rasmussen was playing video games with his friends, smoking marijuana, and messing around with a handgun back on February 12th. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports the 19-year-old Rasmussen stood beside his attorney and pleaded guilty to the single charge.
A 19-year-old Casper man took a plea deal Tuesday in the Trona County District Court. He is responsible for playing with a weapon last February with two other young men in a room. They were playing games. They all had handguns, and he was apparently playing with his weapon, and the weapon went off and killed his friend. And so he took a plea deal from the Trona County District Attorney.
Under terms of the plea deal, Rasmussen's guilty plea would be in exchange for a maximum 16-year sentence on the charge, which carries the potential of 20 years in prison. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
My mom and dad were traditional Asian parents. Now, my father would go to work before I woke up in the morning, and then he would come home too tired to play with me. I tell my son, I love you every single day. I love you. Now, my dad has never said that to me. Not because he doesn't love me, but because culturally it wasn't comfortable for him. So I teased him the other day and I said, how come you never say that to me? And he said, you're too old now. Now that he's a grandfather, he says, I love you to my son every time he sees him. My advice to all the fathers out there, forget the material things, forget the cultural restrictions. They grow up way too fast for you to waste even a single precious minute or moment.
Say bye-bye. Bye-bye.
We're back, Cowboy State Daily show on this Wednesday. Claire McFarland should be here shortly, I'm thinking. And we will ask her about why cases don't go to trial and other things. We'll also ask her about Robert Downham, who plucked his landlord's eyes out with pliers and pleaded down. Case in point, Sweetwater County. Is that what he did? This is alleged. Sorry, he's pled no contest. So that means he's not admitting he plucked the eyes out, but he's not admitting he didn't. Is my understanding of nolo contendere. We'll ask Claire. She's the expert. Let's get her in here. All right, McFarland, my first question for you. What? She's gone AWOL. All right, stand by. There she comes.
There wasn't enough coffee.
Yeah, you're telling me I have to make trips all the time, and I'm like a gerbil in a cage here. I'm like videoed 24/7. I can't even like slip away for coffee.
Yeah, you're like that scene in Slaughterhouse 5 where the guy's in a zoo and the aliens are all looking at him. Yeah.
Well, like that's me, Monday through Friday. And they call it a job. Yeah. My understanding of nolo contendere, no contest, means I'm not saying I did it, but I'm not saying I didn't do it. That one dude, Robert Downham, pleaded down. He poked his landlord's eyes out with a pair of pliers. Allegedly. Do we have to say allegedly if they no contested?
I still do, just because they may be able to skirt some civil ramifications by pleading no contest.
Yes.
Not all civil ramifications, but some.
Thankfully, your weekly appearance here helps steer me away from slander and towards fact. That's why we have you on, Claire. So, yeah, Robert Downham, So this is a plea deal, and I know this is not your story, but this is a plea deal in Sweetwater County, who just today we learned from a story from Jackson Walker, they don't have money to go to trial anymore. They needed another 50 grand just to pay jurors a per diem, and that's a big reason why I think you see these increase in plea cases. Agreements. Today's justice is done in the judges' chambers, not on the judge's bench. So much stuff is pled down, and it's because we have no public defenders. Nobody wants to be one, and we don't have money even to pay jurors, and prosecuting attorneys have a caseload that's over their head. Am I basically right?
I mean, so yeah, their jury fund ran out, but Sweetwater County can just do a transfer probably and fix that. They're not going to start charging entry to public buildings to cover, they're not going to have a county dance with bouncers to cover the cost. So they're going to be okay. Yes. The system would collapse if every case went to trial. Trials are so expensive. They're so time consuming, and they're mind consuming too. Like a prosecutor or a defense attorney, you try to reach them about another matter while they're at trial. Good luck. I'll call, and the little assistant is like, "She's at trial this week." So and I'm like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah.
She doesn't even have she can't even think about my case when she's drifting off to sleep.
Right. The bandwidth. Oh yeah, it's got to be all consuming. I feel for him. It's probably a lot.
But those negotiations actually don't tend to involve the judge. The plea negotiations are often a call between lawyers.
Yeah,
and
you can't just solve the case there with prosecuting and public defender and say, how about this? And you're it's not like playing. At some point, don't you have to have a judge that says, all right, that's fair enough?
I mean, it's gambling, and the judges can reject the agreement, and some there's different types of clauses not to get too into the. It's gambling. Okay, so it's gambling. Okay. So right here in Fremont County, Judge Jason Conder, pretty tough on sex crimes. I just can say it anecdotally from my experience. 7 years? I don't know that he's been on the bench for all of those. I'd have to check my dates, but I can just say he's tough on sex crimes. So if you're charged with a sex crime and you're like, okay, there's a 40% chance I can be acquitted at trial. Or the state's offering some years in prison if I don't go to trial. But if a jury convicts me, I walk up to Judge Jason Conder with nothing but a conviction, no cap on the years, no agreement in place. So I'm risking myself before this judge that I know to be tough on sex crimes. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of personality factors go into it too.
True. And boy, you really need some experienced attorneys on both ends of the deal. You need a prosecuting attorney that's been in that county for a while that says, you know what, this judge, he goes hard. I would watch out. You need a public defender to tell his client, you probably don't want to go to trial with this. This guy, he'll rot in prison if we get there. You need all these experienced people to help guide you through that. I just see it seems like a lot of plea stuff because of money and bandwidth. Prosecuting attorney's office they're running hard, man. They got a lot.
It's interesting how the layman, like the readers on the layman, they see this as some failure. Plea agreement, backroom deal, backslapping. And I'm like, it's not a failure, it's the norm.
Yeah. I hear you. Yep. So where did I don't understand. We see a lawsuit now. You're reporting about a lawsuit brought by the family of Lowry, the guy who killed Sergeant Nevada Krinke.
Yep.
And of all things, the family of the cop killer. Do we have to say alleged?
No, we don't. I've seen the DCI report and the decision letter now by Sheridan County's top attorney, top prosecutor, saying yes, Lowry did shoot.
All right.
So yeah, we don't have to. I did say reportedly throughout this case, but I think the evidence enough, even though we can't convict him in a court of law because he's no longer with us.
He's been convicted by Chand, and who had him in his crosshairs. We have a conviction. And so anyway, to just paint the background quickly for our listeners, Nevada Crinky, Sergeant Sheridan PD. You all right, Claire?
Yeah, but I spilled my coffee.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right. This stupid iPad.
Crinky goes to serve an eviction, and Lowry's response is to shoot Crinky 5 times and kill him. And then Lowry runs to a nearby home. He holds up there. And this is where Sheridan PD, I think emotions are running a little high. Sheridan PD doesn't often have a situation like this. So they call in county, they call in state, SWAT's there. But they destroy a house trying to get at Lowry. And there might be something to that. I think they ended up having to pay some money to the homeowner, but they wrecked this house because they're after this cop killer. When the call comes on the radio, officer down, guy's got 2 pounds of trigger pressure already and just looking for a reason. And then Chand, I guess one of the officers, he's the sharpshooter. He's got a clear shot at Lowry. Lowry is exiting the home that's been destroyed by law enforcement, and he may be headed to another home. Maybe he's going to take a hostage. I don't know. He just shot a cop 5 times. Chand takes that shot. I got no problem with that, but we got a lawsuit now saying that Lowry, the cop killer, should not have been shot.
So yeah, they're saying that they handled the standoff wrong. They didn't de-escalate. They didn't wait for mom and sister. They knew he had mental health issues. All this. One thing that is, because okay, on the one hand, you could look at just this outrage over this cop being killed, and it's snowing, and it's cold, and it's miserable, and this is a very bleak moment for the entire town, and you can feel it. On the other hand, you have guy mental health issues, mom and sister supposedly on the way. And he's in there, but one objective fact that kind of pulls these two sides together back into reality is that he was firing toward law enforcement throughout the standoff. He shot a patrol vehicle. Know that. He shot down a drone. Yeah, and so Pat Mayo was on scene. Andrew was circling the town, interviewing people, and I was listening to the scanner and to Pat Mayo's. I was connected to Pat Mayo by phone. So I'm anchoring this whole operation while it's happening, and I'm hearing the shots. And I'm counting them, and I'm writing them down. And so I knew he was shooting. And then the other day when I got Diana Bennett's decision letter, I learned he's shooting toward police officers at a drone and at a police vehicle.
Yeah. So, the question is there a wrong way to handle a standoff for trying to capture a guy who's already killed a cop and is shooting it more? Is there a wrong way?
I don't know if I can answer that.
Yeah, I know.
And this issue, because we have the takings clause in the Fifth Amendment, right? No private property shall be taken for public use without just compensation. I'm butchering the wording probably, but the point is the government cannot take or destroy your stuff without paying you back. But some courts have been well, if the government has to ruin your stuff to execute its other authorities, the phrase is police power, which actually isn't meant literally in courts of law. It refers to just a government's rightful authority. So they're saying, well, there's a bit of an out here, and you don't necessarily have to compensate. Sheridan manned up and compensated Carol Hamilton, but they might not have had to. And the Supreme Court missed a chance here in the last few months to actually address this thing. They wanted to watch it percolate more in the lower circuits.
So the home, from memory, the home that he holed up in that was destroyed by the cops during this, and they did provide some compensation. Was that just an innocent bystander neighbor home, or was that somebody related to the Lowry?
So it was both. It was both. So according to Carol Hamilton, she did not know him, homeowner, and her elderly mother lived there, and they had to get her out during the standoff. But he knew the guy living, I think, in the basement.
Okay.
So like a guy he knows is there, but it's not. This still innocent bystander factor is very much in play.
Okay, so police probably shouldn't just destroy homes trying to get at bad guys, and they probably shouldn't just take stuff from you if you haven't been convicted of anything. What do you think about Representative Carly Provenza saying, if it's proven later that the cash you were rolling with and the gun and the car when you were was all seized in drug trafficking charges that ended up not being drug trafficking, the state shouldn't be able to keep that stuff, should they?
Well, I'm not going to opine on that. I know it's Representative Provenza's position that should really hinge on a criminal conviction in the criminal court rather than the state being able to basically forge a lawsuit against your stuff and take it that way, dismantle, whatever. But in researching this issue, I found that states that have pushed seizures into the you got to prove a crime first territory have struggled with cops simply offloading those operations onto the feds, some sort of a sharing program that I need to research more. But, and so if you do this, if you take a stance like, no, you're not taking property unless you convict someone of a crime. That's what the toughest evidentiary standard we have beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
Then you need also a friend in Congress to change things there to help. Otherwise, maybe it just makes an unequal situation. That's kind of my take from reading the complaints of states that have gone the direction that Representative Provenza wants us to go.
That story from Claire McFarland dropped on October 6th. Provenza said states should prove drug crimes before they're able to seize money, property. Okay, and one last...
Or any crimes, like the guy that was reportedly threatening to shoot up Yellowstone. His car was labeled a getaway car, and the feds took it, and the brother was like, I've driven that car, that we've shared that car.
Right.
Can I have that car? And the feds were like, no, it's a getaway car. We're keeping the car.
Interesting. That's right. I forgot about that. Yeah. That gets, everything's so complicated. Nothing's easy. That's why we need Claire on here once, maybe twice a week. I don't know. This guy, Joseph Underwood, do I basically have this paraphrased? Underwood was never found guilty of murder, but it's pretty much, we can kind of dot the I's and cross the T's here, but he's not mentally fit to undergo the murder trial. Meanwhile, the judge just he threw the book at anything he could in absence of any kind of murder trial. He's like, well, we got you for transporting a dead body. We got you for this and this and this. He just went hard on Underwood, and that was fine with the victim's family. Boy.
Yeah, I don't think anyone walked into that courtroom thinking Underwood was going to get anything but the maximum. And the defense attorney very tactfully did not ask for probation or a light sentence. All he did was, like, in mitigation, and he did his job, like he represented his client. But what he did in mitigation, as they say, was talk about his mental health struggles and just his horrible plight over the years, a motorcycle crash, a suicide attempt, various things like that, and explained a little what the family interpreted as rudeness during their victim impact statements that the defense attorney said, no, I told him to look right at you guys. He's not being adversarial. I told him to look at you guys while you were talking.
Yeah.
I think that Tim Blatt, public defender there, did the best he could with
a tricky, tough
just from
assignment.
What I can see. I don't know all the inner workings, but from what I see, looked like gracious handling of a crap sandwich.
Yeah, for sure. And Underwood, boy, just hearing, victim relatives and their cry for justice, boy, it is tough. It's emotional stuff. I'm glad you were there covering that. Were you there in court?
I was in court.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's
It's tough.
6 years of this, and this family waited 3 years in the other county, 3 years in Park County, and it was their day in court. It was the day where they get their full vent. So I wanted to be there.
Yeah.
And I'm glad I was.
Yeah. I'm glad you were. And I'm glad you always are in those tough situations where you are seeing humans sometimes at not their best. Underwood, that's not his best day. It was not the victim's mother's best day. It's hard to handle it. I don't know how you do it, Claire, and then wake up the next day and head for the pot of coffee and write all this down for us. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Claire
You too.
McFarland on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We got to take a break here, and I'll be right back with more. We continue rolling on this Wednesday. Thanks for being there. We're live on Facebook, X, YouTube, on the website, cowboystatedaily.com. We're on select radio stations around the state and adding more every day. And if you missed the whole Mesa show, the whole ball of wax, you can run it back on demand, archived wherever you find and download and enjoy your favorite podcasts.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuff.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
I don't mind this music. This is a good one. I don't play this often enough. I'm reading a little bit about the Zach Bryan versus ICE dust-up. Zach Bryan versus Homeland Security issue. I'm trying to find out what member of Homeland Security made this statement towards Zach Bryan. Zach Bryan, country music star. I don't know how else to explain him. That's the easiest way. Zach Bryan is a pretty big country music star. He's also ex-military, I believe. I believe he served. I don't know in what capacity. And he has a song that has some lyrics that could be perceived as anti-MAGA, anti-ICE, or just against America in general. And the lyrics, Zach Bryan is kind of explaining the song. The song we're talking about is Bad News is the name of the song. And it contains lyrics like, let me make sure I get it right. What is the exact? Bad News basically denounces these ICE immigration raids that have been happening under the Trump administration. They sure seem to. I mean, Zach Bryan's trying to explain it off in another way. He had this big, long statement he put out to his fans that explained where he was coming from. He's like, Zach Bryan said, I wrote the song months ago, months before the ICE immigration raids. I don't know. He said, I wrote it months ago. I don't know what that means. I also have served this country in some capacity. And I'm trying to find where his actual letter to his fans is, where he has some splaining to do. Oh, I'm gonna have to work the internets now. Hang on while I work the interwebs. Zach Bryan, I should have saved this. I thought I did. Zach Bryan letter to fans. All right, let's see if Siri knows. See if AI can do something useful. No, it can't. I can't find it anywhere. Zach Bryan, his message hits hard, says fans. Well, where is the message? AI, I just want to see the actual letter. I don't want to see people's responses to it. I just want to see. Okay, here it is. Zach Bryan released a statement regarding Bad News, the song. In it, it has a lyric that says, you know, ICE is going to be coming, kicking down your door, something like that. And that did not play well with ICE. They're like, and ICE, the Homeland Security, reportedly clapped back at the Zach Bryan song and said, why don't you stick to Pink Skies? Oh, that was a shot and a reference to a Zach Bryan song that's a little gentler. Zach Bryan said, I wrote this song months ago. I posted this song 3 months ago as a snippet. So I don't know what that means. Months ago, there were ICE raids. So is he trying to explain what this has to do with anything when he wrote it? This song is about how much I love this country and everyone in it more than anything. You know, blah, blah. When you hear the rest of the song, you'll understand the full context. So Zach Bryan urges everyone to listen to the whole song. Don't just take that one lyric that says, ICE coming kicking down your door. Watch out. He said, I wasn't speaking as a politician or some greater than thou a-hole. I'm just a 29-year-old man who's as confused as everyone else. to see how much SH it stirred up makes me not only embarrassed, but kind of scared. Left wing, right wing, we're all one bird and we're all American. I thought he mentioned that he had served in the military, but maybe not. I don't see that now. So Zach Bryan's trying to explain the song to ICE. ICE, meanwhile, ICE or Homeland Security, which is like the boss of ICE, is saying Zach Bryan ought to stick to songs like Pink Skies. Woo! So yeah, those two going at it in the media. I thought that was interesting. The government, here's that story I was talking about. October 7th. Yeah, it came out yesterday. CNN is reporting that the government shutdown is now impacting air travel. Has anyone noticed that? Because I was saying earlier today that nobody is noticing the government shutdown at all, basically, really. If you don't work for the federal government, have you noticed that there's a government shutdown? If I told you that Congress got its act together and passed a budget and solved it like 3 days ago, would you believe me? Or would you not know? I haven't noticed anything different. I just do this job, man. That's all I noticed. Until the government shutdown somehow affects my internet, like somehow affects Elon Musk, which it might, because Elon's been dabbling in the government. Until Starlink shuts off or my power shuts off and goes away, I won't notice any government shutdown. What doesn't affect me? What does government do? Fill the potholes on the road? Not really. They're still there. The post office? Pfft. Who needs to go to the post? I go once a month, if that. Who needs mail? As Kramer says. Who needs mail? It's all just a bunch of spam anyway. Government shutdown, I haven't noticed. Supposedly, though, it is affecting air travel, closing a control tower, causing delays across the country. This sounds like sensational headlines from CNN. Really? Yeah, the story starts with a pilot preparing to take off this past Monday, from Hollywood Burbank Airport in California, took the routine step of radioing air traffic control tower. Yeah, I imagine that's routine. Yeah, clear for takeoff. And he radioed the tower, can I go now? Can I fly? And then instead of an answer, there was nothing. Radio silent. Where's my radio thing? Let me do a reenactment of the whole. Yeah, I'm on runway 12. Yeah, we're runway 12, looking for clearance for takeoff. Hello? Just nothing at the, what airport is this? Hollywood Burbank Airport in California. Nothing. Crickets. Where's my cricket? I used to have a cricket sound effect. Now I guess I don't anymore. Yeah, just nothing. And then finally, after silence, came a pre-recorded response to the poor pilot awaiting takeoff clearance. And the response said the tower is closed due to staffing. The audio was recorded. Oh, man. That's like calling 911 and being put on hold. The pilot trying to get clearance for takeoff is told through a recorded message the tower is closed now due to staffing. So I guess there is some effect. Some of these furloughed air traffic controllers are saying, you know what, if I'm not getting paid, I know I'm furloughed, so I know I will get paid eventually when the government settles things, but I'm not trusting that. And if I don't see a paycheck on the table now, I'm not coming to work. Is that what's happening? And it's backing up air traffic. According to the CNN story. Has anyone noticed that? Are you scheduled to take a flight? Are you finding the flight's canceled? Are you backed up? I don't know. Me, I haven't noticed a government shutdown at all. Not in any way, shape, or form. Which tells me we can roll kind of quite a while without government. Who needs them? We're doing pretty good right now. Look, we're a week into this, right? When did they shut down? October 1st? We're over a week into this. No federal government running the country, and we're still running, still going. This story from Business Insider. Some guy in California. I know, that's a bad start to the story, right? This guy in California, and all our listeners are either tuning out or now you're listening closer. What did this guy in California do? Some guy in San Francisco decided to compare what was cheaper, Waymo or Uber or Lyft. If you don't know what Waymo is a driverless taxi, and they run in San Fran, in the Bay Area. So this guy called for a trip. It was a 12-minute ride on Waymo. This sounds so futuristic. This will never happen in Wyoming. Anyone I'm talking to, listening to us right now in the Cowboy State, this is so foreign to us, right? It's so foreign to me even to get an Uber where I live. No such thing. I think we got like one or two guys running an Uber, but they do it when they want to, like 2 hours a day at rush hour. You will not get an Uber. Not where I live, and probably not where you live in Wyoming. So Uber and Lyft are theoretical, much less robo-taxis like Waymo. What's Waymo? But in San Fran, you can call for a Waymo, and I guess this car pulls up, and there ain't nobody there. That's got to be freaky. The car pulls up, curbside, you ordered a ride? Yeah, I guess I did. Where's the driver? There is none. I don't know if they have recorded things there. How do you know it's your Waymo? The Waymo pulls up. You ordered a ride? Yeah. So this guy found out in the story here in Business Insider, he found out the Waymo ride with no person to pay. You would think that would be cheaper, right? There's no labor involved. There's no dude that you got to pay or tip. No tip. Why would you tip a robot? And there's no person, but the Waymo costs more. The 12-minute Waymo trip costs $16. Same ride on an Uber X would cost $13. Lyft, which was running a discount at the time, cost $10. Waymo charged him $16. The computer robo-taxi costs more in San Fran than actual people driving a taxi. Just so you know. We got to take a break. Jared Petrino's waiting. We'll talk UW sports in a moment.
Tired of the same old Saturday snooze fest? Wake up with your buddy Bags, John Baggett, on Cowboy State Daily Radio, where the coffee's strong, the opinions are stronger, and absolutely nothing is off limits, except maybe fashion advice from Bags. Trust us. From 6 to 10 a.m., we're talking rodeos and radios, teachers and preachers, UFOs and barbecues. 1 minute it's serious journalism, the next it's, did he just say that on air? Yes, he did. We chat with movers, shakers, and occasional fakers. We call out scammers, celebrate winners, and sometimes talk to people who swear they've seen Bigfoot buying tacos. Join the madness. Text, call, or email your thoughts, rants, and snack recommendations to 307-278-9598 or wyomingbags307@gmail.com. Catch the chaos live on cowboystatedaily.com, YouTube, Facebook Live, or X, or binge the archives later when you're pretending to work. Cowboy State Daily Radio with John Baggett, where curiosity meets cowboy coffee. See you Saturday morning. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool.
Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love, your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show, Jared Petrino. He's on every Wednesday. We discuss all things sports at UW or elsewhere. I want to go all over the place, Jared. We've never defined what our chat is. We've never put up guardrails. We started under the guise we would talk about Cowboy football, because what else is? I mean, Pokes football. But we sort of meandered all over, because whenever I get to talk to a sports guy, I get super excited. We talk the same language.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a great question. I don't know. We maybe have to come up with a nice little buzzword for our Wednesday mornings.
Yeah, we'll have to name what it is we're doing. But we're trying to make sense of the Cowboys, which right now, boy, I don't know. I don't know if I want to start with that UNLV game. Oh. Two block punts for touch. That's the difference in the game. The Cowboys did not play great, but you take away those two TDs. A block punt happens once every coach's tenure. It happens once every 5-10 years. Two in the same game for touchdowns. You can't overcome that. That can't happen.
Yeah, no, and the statistics show that even just one blocked punt, the chance of winning a game is in the 90%. So now that you have two, there's only one other time I saw it. Actually, I saw UNLV block 2 punts against Syracuse last year when I was calling a radio game down there last year. So I've seen it twice in 1 year. But at the same time, you just can't overcome it. Like and I guess if there's any silver lining, you look at it, if that very, very questionable call doesn't get called back on that touchdown, we're looking at 24-17. And with all the momentum in the third quarter, I'd love to see how that would have played out. But at the same time, they called that call. And I guess the silver lining is even though they gave up those 14 points, man, there was a chance there was a spot where they were going to could have been back in that football game. And that gives you a little bit of hope. But at the same time, just got to find ways to start games better. That's the one thing I think is that we keep talking about, and it keeps getting brought up, especially on offense. But
yeah, it's been a theme that the Cowboy offense in particular, they don't lose games. They just run out of time. We got to start faster. I don't know how you do that.
Yeah, maybe we just have the scoreboard guy to put it third quarter when it starts the game instead of first quarter. So we kind of have a better idea what it is. But yeah, and the game couldn't have started off any better. The first play of the game, we get a turnover, we get the ball inside the 20-yard line for our offense, and only to come away with 3 points. That's tough. That would have been a nice little shot in the arm right off the bat. And but yeah, so
yeah.
They just got to start earlier on offense, and hopefully we can see that this weekend against San Jose.
Yeah, I saw the post-game presser. Coach Salvel talked about that offense. Why can't you get off to a better start, quicker start? He mentioned that maybe early on we're pressing a little, and then he said later on we are also pressing when we get down a touchdown or two. We suddenly it's not the offense we thought we were going to bring. We're pressing. We're going to that last chapter in the playbook where it's the chapter catch up. And early on, definitely evident is the offense just isn't in a rhythm. There is something to that, Jared, for the offense to feel comfortable, stay ahead of the sticks, stay on schedule, as they say, and develop a rhythm. And sometimes it's hard to find that right away on your first possession, second possession, just to get in any kind of a rhythm.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing is you look at all of the people that touch the ball on our offense. If you look at how old they are, they're very, very young. Really, all of our experiences in the offensive line, and they don't touch the ball, right? So you look at that, and then you add the elements to start that game. I don't know. I lived in Laramie for 7 years of my life.
Goodness,
I have never seen anything like that in my entire life. That was like the solar eclipse, honestly. Like it just came in, got completely dark, and dropped all that hail and then was gone. And again, they had a play in it too. So it's no excuse, but I'm just saying that added a wrinkle to it. And I think people were trying to get their bearings a little bit there early on in the game, because it wasn't snow. It was like it was weird. It wasn't slush. It
had to be hard to fall on, right? Like, ouch. Like,
yeah, obviously I was not on the field, but just walking around, eventually it softened up, but someone said, "Oh, it'll melt." And I'm like, "No, the sun's down. There's no, the temperatures are cold. This ain't going to melt," but yeah, so I think, I don't know. I don't want to make excuses, but just, I don't, all the guys that we took, except for Sam Scott, and Sam Scott's a senior, but, I think that would have been, I think starting the game with him in the backfield would have been good with the elements, because he's a heavier, bigger back, bouncing off people.
Right.
Tote being a little bit lighter, and those other guys. I thought getting those guys into it, and then Sam showed his stripes later on in the game and really ended up being a big spark for the offense. So
yeah,
whereas I thought Tote was a better against Colorado because there's a little bit more speed out there, a little bit more athleticism on their defense. I think when you get those elements into play, just got to take a look at that a little bit. So.
Good point, Jared. File that one away if we ever need it again. When encountered with inches of a hailstorm, start your north-south between the tackles running back, because we're going to simplify the game plan. He's just going to hit the zero hole or the one gap, right straight ahead. I like that. Are you saying that the last time you saw two block punts, UNLV also did it?
Yeah, they make a knack of it.
Whoa.
They put they're two guys, they rush off the edge, or they're both starting wide receivers, so they're fast.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And, a lot was said about those guys being unblocked, but when you're talking about punt protection, the backside guy is always unblocked, to be flat out honest with you.
Yes, because they got a long run to get there. You don't figure they're going to get there.
Right, exactly. And they used some speed. And I think the elements, and Coach Savell talked about operation time wasn't like snap to kick, was very slow. And so, so you do those things. But again, you just, unfortunately, I saw it. And Syracuse did. Now, only one got turned for a touchdown. The other one got back to the inside the 5. And somehow Syracuse found a way to win that game in overtime last year. But yeah, it was a UNLV that blocked 2 points again. So I've seen it before, and I've seen the same team do it. So
yeah. All right. Well, shouldn't have been a surprise, but it was. Anytime you block 2 punts. Yeah, Wyoming just could not overcome that. There are other issues. That offense stagnating. We've been talking about. Coach Sauvel called it, quote, we've been inconsistent about where the ball is going sometimes. That's coach speak for Caden Anderson is not throwing accurately to his receivers. Caden says, have patience with me. I'm going to get it. We'll get it. But we're halfway through the season. We're in conference play. Is the OC, Jay Johnson, on the hot seat? Is it time to think about a quarterback change? Are we panicked yet?
Yeah, I don't think the panic button needs to be hit yet. I mean, we're in game 2 of the Mountain West Conference season. I think this Saturday is a big, obviously they're all big, but this is a big, big game this Saturday. I'm excited to see their response. I think it's easier to come off a loss and play right away than it is come off a loss and have a bye week and then have to play, because it's just different. Kids want to get back out there, coaches want to get back out there. So, I don't know. I think there's some things that I can't. We're not in those meeting rooms. We're not in those position meetings. I don't know if the hot seat is right now, but I do know that we do. It is, give it a little more time. But I think there's a if we don't start seeing better results, then we got to make sure that it's got to happen. You know what I mean? And I think there's some things they're doing very well schematically on offense, and I think there's some good stuff. It comes back to execution, and I just wish they wouldn't. I wish they would get out of their own way, and that's the part. Like penalties, missed opportunities, drop passes. I mean, when you can't get out of your own way, it's hard to get in any type of rhythm. And unfortunately, right now we're seeing too much of that.
Yeah, and this lack of getting off to a fast start, this offense not getting in rhythm, to me, it all looks like a little bit like last year, which was a team that just felt tight. And it wasn't until we had nothing to play for that you finally saw things loosen up. Like all of a sudden, it all clicked because there was no more stress, self-imposed stress on the team. Like there's something about playing loose that allows you to just do your thing, man. I wish I could see it in the brown and gold.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's a really good point. I think the biggest difference is now our defense can keep us in games a little bit when they are struggling, whereas in the past, last year, that wasn't necessarily the case. And yeah, if they could just stack plays, and we talk about that as a coach, is stack good plays on top of each other, and not negative plays. If we can get rid of the negative plays, that's just any offense. Especially our offense right now, we can't overcome it.
Yeah.
Some offenses that are super explosive can't overcome those things, but right now I wouldn't say we're an explosive offense. And I think being able to put plays on top of each other for our offense and move the ball. Making the huddle always move forward, not have to have the O-line walk back to the huddle, always move forward. Those are big things that I think are super important when it comes to getting in the rhythm on offense.
Absolutely. We're talking to Jared Petrino, UW Sports, talking about the Cowboys. UNLV disappointing last week. This week, looking at San Jose State, big game. Defense has been good, but it seems like every week we're chasing around a quality quarterback. Every time we face somebody, this kid Walker Egret, 26 of 30, 334 yards, 3 TDs last week. I mean, I don't know what the quarterback rating is on that, but you can't play much better. Is he a problem?
Yeah, he is. And we saw him last year. He can do a lot of things. He can hurt you with his feet, which he doesn't look like he can, but because he's a bigger quarterback, but he can run some quarterback run stuff. Just when you think if they finally the Nash, the receiver that graduated last year that was up for the Blitnikoff, he graduates, but now they got another guy who's in the top 5, I think, in the country in receptions and yards. So they obviously have a knack of getting the ball to that position. So definitely going to be a challenge for the defense. Making sure they know where those guys are at and keeping that quarterback contained and doing those things. So it's definitely going to be a challenge.
Let's switch gears a little bit. They're talking about a 17 in Laramie, and it's not Josh Allen. It's a freshman, Sarah Quigley. She's a freshman of the week, Mountain West. She's plays on the volleyball team, and the girls on a bit of a heater. They're on a 5-match win streak, although this part of the schedule is getting tough now. How do you like this volleyball team?
Yeah, it's exciting. I mean, obviously they're winning the games they need to, and to go on the road to win 2 games, never easy in conference play, so to go 2-0 on the road, they've protect it. They've started off on a 4-0 start in conference. I get your point about the competition. I think CSU is probably the best team, and to be able to beat them at home. So yeah, I believe they have, who do they have this weekend? I looked it up. I can't remember who it was though.
Utah
but they're back
State,
at home. And Boise State.
Boise
Utah State and Boise State. Yep. So, and they're back at home. So that Uniwyo complex, it always is a good atmosphere. So hopefully they can keep that thing going and keep that streak going.
Get it, girls. 8-7 overall, 4-0 in the Mountain West. Volleyball team. We love UW volleyball team. Let's talk about something oddball. If you had an opinion on, just barely got time, Jared, but I hate to admit it and say it, but the Cleveland Browns might be genius with their GM moves. What were they doing in the draft? They finally took Shedeur Sanders. They were finally the team to make that call late round pick when they already picked a rookie quarterback before him. They already had the old Steelers guy pick it, and they already had old man Joe Flacco. They got 4 QBs in the QB room. What are the Browns thinking? Might have been genius. They start Flacco. They let you know that's the safe move, but they know the future is in the rookies, whichever one. And I think they were holding out to wait and see who needed a quarterback because injury's always a problem. Sure enough, their rivals across state, Cincinnati, have a big injury. They need a quarterback real bad. And even though they're in-state a rival, the trade of Flacco, that was genius, I think. You unload.
And no one's bringing up Deshaun Watson, who's still on there. He's on IR, and so you forget about that. So what didn't make sense at one point now is starting to kind of play out maybe how they saw it. And you looked at their roster. They went from 6 QBs to 3 QBs real fast. And it's going to be interesting how that plays out. I don't know. It's going to be they're putting a lot of stake in a couple rookies that were 5 rounds or above draft picks. So it's going to be interesting to see what comes out of that. So
yeah, and this is an organization that put a lot of stock in another rookie, Baker Mayfield, and then gave up on. They don't have the greatest track record, but that Flacco trade, you could have saw that coming.
Yeah.
He was not the future. He wasn't going to be there all year. They just showed him off for a couple of weeks and waited.
Yeah.
Genius.
Yeah. The best job is to be the backup quarterback for the Browns. You're the most popular person in the world. So,
Jared Petrino, go Pokes this weekend. Are we home again?
Home, yep, at home in Laramie. So,
all right, everybody get there.
Yep.
All right, thanks, buddy.
See you next week.
All right, have a great weekend. Yep, go Pokes. We got to get out of here for the news. Cowboy State Daily Show.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A new $1.2 billion, 184,000 square foot data center broke ground in Cheyenne on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the company is being innovative about many things, but water use is a priority.
The related digital and related companies broke ground today in Cheyenne on a up to 302 megawatt data center. I thought what was interesting about it is their emphasis on, hey, this isn't going to use any water. Clearly, data centers have heard, they've gotten the memo. People are concerned about the water usage with these things. It has traditionally taken a lot of water to cool this equipment off. With AI, it gets even hotter.
The facility is expected to generate about $250 million in tax revenue for Cheyenne and the state during its first 15 years of operation, according to figures from Related. U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis on Tuesday expressed her optimism for President Donald Trump's Middle East peace plan and recalled the horrors of the Hamas attack at a music festival in Israel 2 years ago to the day. Speaking with Cowboy State Daily reporter Sean Barry in her Capitol Hill office, the Wyoming Republican said Israel should not be faulted for its military response to the attack.
I asked Senator Lummis whether she was optimistic President Donald Trump's plan will succeed. She first said, I am hopeful, but then quickly added that it is a cautious hope. So there's room to be skeptical, but Trump has multiple countries involved in these talks.
Senator Lummis told Cowboy State Daily that she points the finger solely at Hamas for the suffering of Palestinians in Gaza. Supporters of wind and solar energy initiatives are split on whether the Trump administration's cancellation of renewable energy projects in blue states last week will impact Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that although the projects are terminated in other states, it still could affect Wyoming.
I spoke to supporters of renewable energy initiatives, and they told me that they're a little bit concerned that some of these cuts could have an impact here in Wyoming. Their argument hinges around the Western Interconnection, which is a massive energy grid that connects all of the Western states together.
The Trump administration last week terminated roughly $8 billion worth of renewable energy projects in blue states. Many of those cuts targeted Western states like Colorado, California, and Oregon, which did not vote for Trump in 2024. I'll be back with more news right after this.
I'm Reed Reisner. Wyoming's not just where I live, it's who I am. I've worked hard to support local families, veterans, and small business owners because when they succeed, our whole state gets stronger.
Reed Reisner, focused on Wyoming's economic growth and long-term prosperity.
I'm Reed Reisner, and I'm committed to Wyoming's future.
Learn more about Reed Reisner and OmniVest Financial at omnivestfinancial.com.
Securities and advisory services offered through LPL Financial, a registered investment advisor. Member FINRA, SIPC.
A Natrona County high school senior trying to launch a Turning Point USA Club America chapter believes her school principal may be infringing on her First Amendment rights and treating her club differently than others in the county. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the 17-year-old student, Kylie Wall, said she approached Natrona County High School principal Aaron Wilson 3 weeks ago about starting a TPUSA Club America chapter at her school.
The president of that club says she's been being treated different by her principal than she's noticing the same club at Kelly Walsh High School, also in the district, has been treated. She's been told by the principal that she couldn't have a public meeting with the Kelly Walsh group. We contacted the principal, and he said that he doesn't have any issues with the club, but we do know that there was a teacher who tore a poster off the wall after this student leader posted that about a meeting that was supposed to happen last night.
Wilson initially hesitated but did allow her to start a club that is associated with Turning Point USA. And the family of a man who shot a Sheridan Police Department sergeant last year is suing law enforcement. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the family is saying that police should not have destroyed a home and fatally shot the man after the incident.
He'd been shooting at cops from the home where he barricaded himself. He fled with an AR-15. He appeared to me to be smiling, and he was rushing through this tight-knit neighborhood toward other law enforcement, other people.
The lawsuit accuses the officer, the Sheridan police chief, and other unknown John Does of wrongfully causing the February 14th, 2024 death of William Lowry, who had shot Sheridan Police Sergeant Nevada Krinke the day before. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com.
In southwest Wyoming, wide open space is waiting. This is how we explore it. In Rock Springs and Green River, Wyoming. Plan your adventure at explorewy.com.
Yeah, getting to it on the Cowboy State Daily Show. It's Wednesday. Great to have a chat with Jared Petrino. This Cowboys, this is, every week's must-win week anymore, but this is a game the Cowboys have to prove something on the field. We have got to beat San Jose State. This offense has got to get on track. Tired of waiting, man. Show us something, Cowboys. And for goodness sake, do not punt. Just go for it. If our punting game is this bad, let's just go for it. Be like the Detroit Lions. Just go for it. It can't be any worse turning the ball over on downs than having a punt blocked and returned for a touchdown. Faced with fourth down twice last week, the Cowboys just said, well, we'll give you a touchdown. You can't overcome that, especially with the Cowboys offense, which is not exactly electric. The Cowboys offense operates on like 120 volts, not 220. It's kind of 110, 120, whatever it takes. What is that movie? What's that movie that has that quote? Where the guy's pretending to be an electrician. Oh, this is when I need my wife here. What's the movie where the guys... The quote is, he obviously is not an electrician. He obviously is not a handyman. He doesn't know how to do things, fix things. And he says, yeah, 110, 120, whatever it takes. He doesn't know like the voltage or the amps or whatever. I can see the guy in my Michael, is that his name? Actor. I can't remember the movie. He's got a vacuum strapped onto him when he's saying this. I wonder if Siri will know if that's all 110, 120, whatever it takes. Let's see how smart AI is. Oh, yeah, Mr. Mom. That's what it is. Mr. Mom is the movie. Oh, yeah. It's that dude. I forget what the actor is. This is funny. I wonder if this is copyright infringement if I play it. Probably.
You must be Ron Richardson. I'm Jack Butler. Nice to meet you. Pleased to meet you.
Yeah, and he pretends he knows anything about anything.
Yeah, I like to think I do. During working hours. Oh.
Rip these walls out and, of course, rewire. So I like to do a little bit of everything, Ron. I write poetry.
Sound like a pretty handy guy.
Yeah, 110, 120, whatever it takes. Why was I talking about Mr. Mom? No, I can't remember. Oh, the Cowboys offense. They're operating on 110 voltage instead of 220. Great to talk with Jared Petrino. Other sports stuff that I didn't have time to get to with Jared. That's sort of sports, but don't tune out if you're not sports oriented because it's not that deep in the weeds. It's more like the ESPN does sports anymore. They don't talk about stats or they talk about the TMZ of sports. The stories behind the ESPN is more interested in the TMZ of today's sports than they are in actual sports. For instance, Bill Belichick. This is a coach that was run out of New England finally after he lost his quarterback. After the GOAT moves on, it was Belichick really a football genius, or was it all Tom Brady? I think we found out in the aftermath, after Brady departed the Patriots, I think we found out it wasn't Belichick. It wasn't his genius, because life after Brady in New England was not good. Belichick eventually ends his run in New England, and not a single other NFL franchise wanted him. He could not find a job in pro football. He had to stoop so low as to, and why he even needed to continue to work at his age. He's 73. Like, just hang it up, Bill. You had a great run. You had Tom Brady. You'll be remembered in the same breath as the greatest quarterback of all time. Just hang it. This is a good way to go out. The cowboy rides away. Good time to hang up your spurs, Bill. Let people think it was all you in New England. But no, he's got to prove something even more. And all he has proved is he's embarrassed himself terribly. He's picked up some 20-something girlfriend, 73-year-old with a 24-year-old. And do I sound jealous? Maybe. Belichick's girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, is 24. So Belichick, 73, 24, that age gap. He's carrying on with this girl on the sidelines of his new job at UNC, where he promised he would turn this college football program around. UNC is not known for playing football. They're not good at it. They haven't been good at it in a while. They're pretty good at basketball, but they're not good at football. So Belichick gets a job there. He says, I'm going to turn this program around. First thing he does is hire his own kid, nepotism. Maybe his own kid is good at coaching. I don't know. Bill hires his own kid and then drags his 24-year-old girlfriend on the sidelines where they're like making out during games. And meanwhile, UNC is getting its butt kicked. Has he turned the program around? Nope. It's gotten worse, actually. Now, the latest news is from People magazine. Even People is covering sports now. Belichick and UNC football's scheduled Hulu documentary series has now been canceled. Even Hulu wants nothing to do with Bill Belichick now. They were going to do this whole documentary, sort of Hard Knocks for college, centering around Bill Belichick, his hot young girlfriend, and him turning around this college football program. Apparently, though, given UNC's record right now, which is crappy, I think they're 2-3. They just got torched by Clemson, who everyone is beat up on this year for some reason, somehow. So the football's terrible. Behind the scenes, apparently, is toxic. That's what the story is. Everybody who's wants to go off the record claiming that Belichick's rule there at UNC has been awful. Nobody wants to come to work. Nobody wants to be on the team. He hasn't turned the program around. It continues to lose. Now Hulu says, you know what, that TV show we were going to do about you? Nah. In other sports news that I didn't get a chance to talk to Jared about, the NFL is reportedly going to fine Cowboys owner Jerry Jones. He's always good for a laugh. $250,000, $250,000 for using the middle finger during the Jets game the other day. The Cowboys beat the Jets. Who hasn't? Even UNC could beat the Jets. The Cowboys beat the Jets in the game, and the camera went up on Jerry Jones, and his response up there in his luxury box was to fly the bird. It says allegedly, I don't know what's alleged about it. We have the video. That's Jerry Jones. And sure, well, what is he? Is this a deep fake? Looks to me to be Jerry Jones, and that looks to me to be his middle finger. The NFL says they're going to fine the owner of the Cowboys $250,000 for flying the bird there against the Jets. Also, I did want to ask Jared what he thought about coaches who touch their players, put hands on their players. In this day and age, you almost can't do that anymore. We saw basketball. Remember, we saw a longtime basketball coach with his girls' team, and he got handsy with his player. Not in a romantic kind of way, but like in a punishment kind of way. Like you played bad, like you should have done this. And he like grabbed the girls and shook them. He ended up getting fired or had to step down. What about when it's man on player? Where is the line? Where do you draw the line when coaches get physical with their players, upset over something, and they want to instruct? Belichick used to get physical with his players. And, back in the day, I don't think many people had a problem with a fiery coach who grabbed his players' face mask in order to get their attention and say, hey, stop fumbling. Hey, start tackling. Hey, do better, or whatever it is they yell, Like, that was good. That was an impassioned coach. That was a fiery coach trying to get the message through to one of his players. Can you do that anymore? You can't do that in professional sports. You can't do that in the NFL because the coach gets paid $3 million a year and the player he's disciplining gets paid $300 million a year. So guess who gets to touch who? Yeah, you can't do that anymore in pro. In college, you kind of also can't do that anymore either. You cannot put hands on your players anymore. It's just not that day and age where you can grab somebody by their shoulders and shake them or whatever. You grab them by the collar and say, hey, you got to play better. So we saw this actually, the reason I bring it up, we saw it play out in the NFL last week. If you missed it, the NFL, while they're busy fining Jerry Jones, the owner of the Cowboys, for flipping people off on TV, the NFL is also fining the coaching staff, head coach Jonathan Gannon, Cardinals, for a sideline altercation with his running back, which I did see on video, and it was over the line. It wasn't, he didn't hurt his running back, Amari Demercado. This running back ran for a supposed touchdown. I mean, it was like a 70-yard touchdown. He was right. I mean, it was a beautiful play. The announcers are like, look at him go. He could go all the way. And Demercado, Emery, he made it all the way, stumbling, bumbling, rumbling, and he gets to the end zone and he celebrates too early, or he throws the ball away too early. He starts slowing down as he got there. Meanwhile, there's a guy chasing him. You're like, Amari, you got to keep hustling here. That touchdown's not a done deal yet. You're at the 15, the 10, the 5. You're not in yet. And Amari just sort of lollygags those last few steps and just, tosses the ball. Touchdown for me. And he starts celebrating. The problem is he wasn't in the end zone. Fumble. And it cost the Cardinals the game. That was the game. And Coach Gannon is peed. Oh, he's fit to be tied. And the camera catches Gannon on the sidelines. And the running back, Amari's already being consoled. He's got his head down. He feels horrible. Idiot move, which you see more and more in the NFL. These guys, they go to celebrate their touchdowns before they're even in. And he's got one of the coaches or somebody's got his arm around him like, oh, it's okay, kid. It happens to everybody. You'll get him next time. Kind of pep talk. And Coach Gannon comes up and he gets in the running back's face. And he is livid. And he does put hands on him. And the NFL, $100,000 fine for Coach Gannon. So I did want to ask Jared, I'll ask him next week, whether he notices that in college, in pro, is there any acceptable time or situation where you can put hands, where you can physically touch your players in a not, good job, good pass, good run, butt pat kind of way? I mean, in a you need to do better, wake up, get your head out of your butt kind of way. Is that acceptable anymore for coaches to touch their players when they're angered, in anger? I don't know. It wasn't acceptable on the Cardinals sidelines, not for the NFL anyway. $100,000 fine for Coach Jonathan Gannon after his altercation with his running back who blew it. Instead of a touchdown, it was a fumble. And finally, in the NFL, this subject of the Super Bowl halftime show, and then we can let it rest. I've been hitting it all week and last week when it was announced that Bad Bunny was going to be the Super Bowl halftime performer. Many, many people don't like the choice. I do. And I've told you why, and I can tell you again, but at this story in Variety, is from House Speaker Johnson has now entered the fray. Trump has already expressed his opinion. What do you think? Is he a Bad Bunny fan? Nope. Bad Bunny is a musician, a performer, a rapper who sings exclusively in Mexican. I know it's Spanish. He's all Spanish speaking. He can speak English, but he chooses to sing and perform he can speak English, but he performs in Spanish. He said he will not sing in English, never. Doesn't want to, has no interest in. He's even canceled tours and concert dates in the U.S. when the threat of ICE arresting people in his audience, he didn't care for that. He said, well, I just won't do shows in the U.S. anymore then, if that's what you're going to do, Trump. So, of course, Trump does not like Bad Bunny. And when it was announced that Bad Bunny was booked for the 2026 Super Bowl halftime show, Trump was horrified. And he said what he said. Now we get House Speaker Mike Johnson. Not that anybody asked him, what do you think of the halftime show? I don't care what's on House Speaker Johnson's iPod. I'm assuming it's probably not good music. It's probably old man Republican white hair music. And sure enough, Mike Johnson has weighed in on the political debate. And he said, quote, the decision to have Bad Bunny play the halftime show was, quote, a terrible decision. Echoing the beliefs of President Donald Trump, he said a better choice would be 80s country star Lee Greenwood. This shows you how out of touch this guy is. This is why House Speaker Mike Johnson is not on the concert committee to choose the halftime show. If he's stuck in the 80s on Lee Greenwood, who even in the 80s, Lee Greenwood wasn't anybody. Lee Greenwood has one song, and it's God Bless the USA. Oh, it's dreadful. Every time I hear it, I want to shoot myself. I don't want to pledge allegiance. I don't want to wave a flag. When I hear Lee Greenwood sing God Bless the USA, I want to seriously swallow a revolver. God, it's the worst song of all time. And Lee Greenwood is a C- singer at best. And at risk of alienating half the audience here at Cowboy State Daily, I'm sorry. If you're a Lee Greenwood fan, we're not going to see eye to eye on this. He's terrible. And the idea that House Speaker Mike Johnson thinks Lee Greenwood would be a good booking for the halftime show shows me that this is why you're not on the concert committee. This is why smarter people like Jay-Z pick the halftime performer. And the halftime performer is not going to be, in Johnson's words, someone who appeals to a broader audience. That's not the point. That's not what the NFL is trying to do. And I credit the NFL for thinking outside the box, for thinking progressively, and for allowing Jay-Z and the rest of the committee that chooses the halftime show to operate with some, what do you call it? Just operate on their own. Like, I like the NFL signing off on it. Bad Bunny is a great booking. It's going to get people who, it does what the NFL wants to do. Why do you think the NFL plays football games over there in Europe? They're trying to spread the sport. They're trying to convince Europeans that soccer is not all that. And with the Bad Bunny booking, they're trying to convince Mexico that when you say football, it means the kind where you are allowed to use your hands. They're trying to spread the sport. The Bad Bunny booking is perfect. They found a Latin performer who is huge. He is today's Lee Greenwood of the Latino community. He is Lee Greenwood. He is exactly what you want if you're the NFL. I like the booking. I think it's good. You're not going to get a George Strait at halftime. You're not going to get somebody with the mass appeal, the broad appeal. That's not the point of this show. As I talked yesterday to Kevin Meyer, we both agreed that what you do with the halftime show is you book something that's not football. You're not trying to appeal to the beer drinking, redneck flag waving, Lee Greenwood listening football fan. Because he's walking away at halftime. He's going to order more beer. He's checking on the barbecue. He's ordering a pizza, and he's going to the refrigerator. That's not who the halftime show's for. It's for the non-football person, the person who doesn't like football, doesn't know anything about football. The only reason they're watching the Super Bowl is because their husband or boyfriend is watching it, or they want to see the commercials, or because it's an event in general. It's an event. And it has a halftime show that that's a concert. It's basically a free concert. And who would you want to see? Lee Greenwood? I don't think so, Mike. You want Bad Bunny. It's a good booking. We got to take a break.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable.
Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
I want to talk about this diesel mechanic that's in trouble for finding a way around the Clean Air Act device. Not Troy Lake, another guy. A different guy. I want to talk about the $1.2 billion data center as well. breaking ground on the Cheyenne area. First, and still a little bit of this day in history. It's October 8th. Here are the things that happen on this day. If you don't know where you've been, how do you know where you're going, kind of thing. That's why we do this day in history. We always got to look back, see all the mistakes made in hindsight, all the things we did wrong as a state, as a nation. Well, there were some things we got right, maybe. Let's see. We had the Battle Creek fight. That's coming up. That was probably in the wrong category. 1835 this day, John Allen Campbell, governor of Wyoming Territory from 1869 to 1875. It's his birthday. He was born in Salem, Ohio. Happy birthday, John Campbell. As territorial governor, Campbell was a career soldier up until his appointment as governor. Well, I like the way we did things back then, huh? If you're going to look for a governor of the territory, do you want the guy who spent the most money campaigning? Or do you want a guy who actually soldiered up and fought for the state and carried a rifle and was like a regular dude? Yeah, I like that. Governor Campbell. He would later become consul to Switzerland, and he signed his name on the bill granting women the right to vote in Wyoming. You'll see Governor Campbell's name signed on that document. So, hey, happy birthday, Governor Campbell. 1838 this day, the Battle Creek fight, also known as the Surveyors Fight, took place this day. It occurred between surveyors and Indians and in the Navarro County, Texas. 1867, John Casement, railroad contractor and Civil War era general. He was also a post-war chief engineer for the UP. That's Union Pacific, by the way. Was appointed to territorial delegate to Congress on this day. John Casement. The brewery in Sheridan burned on this day, burned down. 1889, sad day in Sheridan, I would imagine. On this day in 1915, the first oil well ever in Wyoming was drilled in the Elk Basin. We didn't know how much oil we were sitting on. We just assumed the Arabs had it all. And then in Wyoming, we're like, hey, wait a minute. Hold our beer, Texas. We got oil here. The first oil well drilled in Wyoming, Elk Basin. This day, 1915. And on this day, 1944, 200 Washakie County students were let out of school in order to help with the wheat harvest during wartime. 1944, World War II, so many men away fighting for the country that we had to resort to getting school kids to help with the wheat harvest. 200 Washakie County students let out of school on this day in history to go harvest the wheat. All these things happen on this day in history. Time to rodeo. Whenever we wrap up this day in history, we go to the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow. Will.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. Will Rasmussen here. So good to have you along. The legendary Bob Tallman on the show today. We talk about, the difference in money won from just 20 or 30 years ago. We talk about number of rodeos and a lot of aspects of the rodeo business that have changed in the last couple of years. Bob Tallman on the Roadshow. Coming up next. Stay close.
Farmers and ranchers know that fall is more than just a season. It's the payoff of a year's hard work and the start of the next. Through the long days and the changing seasons, your dedication keeps our community strong. At the Western Ag Network, we're proud to stand with you every step of the way, sharing your story, supporting your operation, and keeping agriculture connected across the West. Western Ag Network, where the heart of farming and ranching is always on our airwaves and social media channels.
Wyoming-born and country-raised Ian Munsick takes the stage to the First Interstate Arena Thursday, October 9th to kick off the Nile Stock Show and Ranch Rodeo.
or a jacked up pickup line.
Ned Ledoux opens for Ian on a night built for true fans of country music and the Western way of life.
That runs through his veins. Forever a cowboy, he will remain.
Tickets available at the Metropark box office or metropark.com.
What it takes to qualify to go to the NFR. 100 used to be, made it 30, 40,000. Then it was 50. Now it's 100, 120, 130. And when you look at Lacey Shawla getting on 2 bareback horses and 2 bulls at Sioux Falls, South Dakota the other day, and he's hurt in the groin. And it's not how many airplanes he has available to get on, it's how the Justin Sports Medicine people can get him healed, get him to a surgeon. Can they get him tied back together? Stetson Wright's in the same boat a year ago. How quick he can get back. There's 1,000 factors that factor into winning if you're in that top 15 today. On all other events, how many horses did you wear out? How many thousands of miles did you drive? How many tires you blew out?
Bob Tallman is a Hall of Famer. He is my friend, he is my colleague, and he has sure helped me in my career. And he's always willing to be on the Rodeo Road Show. And he never forgets a name. He's a talent. The legendary Bob Tallman on the Rodeo Road Show. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
Yeah, hey, thank you, Will. Jackie wants to know, who is Bad Bunny? I was talking up Bad Bunny coming to the defense of that booking for the Super Bowl halftime show. Bad Bunny is a Puerto Rican rap star musician. His music is about as popular as you can get in the Spanish-speaking market world. He's so popular that I can tell you from being a DJ, it's overload. I mean, every single night I play somewhere, anywhere in Wyoming. Well, I'm not playing, in urban environments. I play in Wyoming. Every single night I play, I have someone request a Bad Bunny song. Every night. It's gotten to be like ridiculously, the meme for DJs is, no, please, no more Bad Bunny. I already know what you're going to say when you walk up and say, do you take requests? They want a Bad Bunny song. I'm telling you, this guy is insanely popular in these circles. Now, it might not be your niche. He may be too young or too Spanish for you, but I'm telling you, his music for any Spanish speaking, and even crossing over to your average, you go to a Harvard frat party tonight, and you'll hear nothing but Bad Bunny. Huge with white kids and Spanish speaking and Latina community. Huge, bigger than big. He's the George Strait of that music. So I get it when you say, who's Bad Bunny? That's not going to be your booking. You don't know him, and I get it, but I'm just explaining who he is. Don't take my word for it. How about Jennifer Lopez? You know who that is, right? If I say Jennifer Lopez, you don't say, who is that? Jennifer Lopez came to the defense of the booking the other day. She was on, one of those talk shows. She says she doesn't understand the controversy surrounding Bad Bunny's Super Bowl halftime choice. Trump hates it. The Speaker of the House hates it. And then everybody in America either hates it or says, who's Bad Bunny? And Lopez just didn't get it. She's like, his music. She's like, why? I don't understand that. Jennifer Lopez says he's one of the top artists in the world right now, probably the top. And she's right. If you look at who's streaming music, who's downloading the music, who's buying music, Bad Bunny is king. He could buy the NFL and play the whole game and allow the actual Super Bowl to be the halftime show. Like, he's big time. And Lopez said his music transcends language. She's right. Doesn't matter he sings in Spanish. I don't understand a word of Spanish except for sí and amigo and adios. But I enjoy his music. It's great. Transcends his language, and she's excited for him. She was excited when she heard it was the booking, and she thinks it's going to be great for the show, for the Super Bowl, and for the country. So, yeah, don't take my word for it. Jennifer Lopez knows a thing or two, right? We're going to take our one final break, make a run for the finish line. I will get to this diesel mechanic, David Sparks, who's in big trouble for modifying diesel trucks to get around that EPA Clean Air Act emissions device that Troy Lake simply deleted. Troy Lake, we've been talking about him, the Wyoming guy who's sitting in prison. Actually, he's out now with an ankle bracelet. But is it really the biggest crime in the world to be fixing diesel trucks so they run good? I guess it is. Yet another guy is in trouble for doing that. We'll be back.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
All right, let me paint you this scenario. And this is a made-up, fictitious scenario, but not really. It's pretty much reality. There was a day when this was more commonplace. Let me take you down. Let's say, theoretical. Let's go to Alabama. just somewhere. I don't know. Birmingham, Alabama. And police, imagine like 2, 3, 4, 8 cop cars chasing this pickup truck through the backwoods on the highway. High-speed chase. They're going after a bootlegger. And the chase finally ends when they shoot the guy's tires out. And they do that maneuver where they knock you off the road. And they get to the driver, and the driver's got guns all over the place. He's got a firearm here and a rifle there and an AK-47. He got drugs all over the cab. And they say, you're under arrest. Of course he is. He's running drugs, and he's got guns, and he's got wads of cash. And what's the charge, officer? You're running an illegal exhaust. What? Yeah, you're wanted for an illegal exhaust system on your diesel truck. What about the drugs and guns? And I don't know. We're not here for that. We're the federal government, and we're here to make sure that you are not getting around the Clean Air Act with your diesel exhaust. People magazine has a story about the Diesel Brothers star. I guess this is a show. I don't watch it. I don't know what it is. Discovery Channel, the Diesel Brothers. He's a star. Wow. The stuff that they make shows out of. I shouldn't say anything. Look at this. This is a show. Just me talking for 4 hours every day. But the Diesel Brothers, I guess, is a show on the Discovery Channel where the show highlights a couple of diesel mechanics, a bunch of wrench turners, bunch of knuckle busters doing their job. David Sparks is one of the stars on the show. He's in big trouble, real trouble, not TV trouble. He was arrested after a judge issued a warrant for his failure to pay in a lawsuit. He has failed to pay the Clean Air Act lawsuit fee. That show, by the way, has been on Discovery Channel since 2016. Wow. Sparks was taken into custody in Salt Lake City. What he's originally accused of goes back to 2017. A Clean Air Act lawsuit filed by Utah physicians for a healthy environment accused this diesel mechanic, Sparks, of selling products that got around the emissions control that the EPA put in. He was selling products, exhaust systems. The suit accuses Sparks and his company of violating the Clean Air Act, which I'm here to tell you is more punishable than if he were to be a drug runner. Like, this guy could be an actual real criminal, and he wouldn't be in any more trouble than he's in now. When you violate the Clean Air Act, that's like worse than hustling drugs across the state line. You could be a human trafficker with firearms and bags full of cocaine. It isn't as bad as violating the Clean Air Act. He was accused of selling auto parts that can override emissions control systems on diesel vehicles. Basically doing something very similar to what Troy Lake was accused of doing and is convicted felon for doing. Troy Lake is that diesel mechanic that we've highlighted at the Cowboy State Dailies in numerous stories. His popularity, his case has gone all the way up to President Trump. He's had the Wyoming delegation on his behalf. Representative Hageman has spoken on his behalf. Cynthia Lummis, the senator, just wrote a letter to President Trump. She's wrote a letter to Trump saying, please pardon this guy. his garage was raided by the feds. Troy Lake deleted the device that was mandated by the EPA to be put in diesel trucks going back a few years back 2017, 18, when this guy did it too. This guy did the same thing, only he didn't mechanic it. He didn't delete the computer mod. He just sold parts that got around it. He said the EPA and their Clean Air Act, they're making these diesel trucks go through this emissions control, which diesel owners say is not good for their trucks. It's killing their trucks. In order to save the planet and make sure there's not bad smoke and exhaust in the planet's air, the diesel trucks are required to eat their own exhaust, basically. Troy Lake's like, well, I understand that doesn't make your truck run very good. In fact, it breaks down in a year or two, like your brand new truck's breaking down. So I'll fix it for you. For his efforts, Troy Lake gets his garage raided by feds. The flak jackets, the assault weapons, the whole bit. And he gets a year in the joint for doing it, for mechanicking. He served 7 months. He's out now with an ankle bracelet, but he's forever a convicted felon unless he's pardoned. This guy kind of similar. He sold parts that got around the emissions control. This guy is one of the Diesel brothers, David Sparks, just got taken into custody for failure to pay a lawsuit on a very similar thing. He's in Salt Lake now in custody. What has this world come to? Where you can be pulled over on the high-speed chase. Yeah, we're not interested in all the drugs in the trunk or the cash or the firearms everywhere that are unregistered. We're here for your exhaust system. What? There's a data center they just broke ground on. Related Companies is behind this huge data center. It's one of a handful that are slated for Wyoming, coming in or just finished or operating. Wyoming's going to be the new place where we put all these data centers, I guess. And that's powering AI. There's the future, and Wyoming is right on the forefront. That's good news, right? Except these data centers, supposedly, what we hear about them is they're really water hungry and they're power hungry. So do we really want them? The downside to these data centers is they eat a lot of electricity and they require a lot of water to cool them down. Well, hold on a second. This company, if it's to be believed, it's almost too good to believe, Related Companies at the groundbreaking the other day, CEO Jeff Blau was in Cheyenne Tuesday for the groundbreaking ceremony of his data center, $1.2 billion facility. And Jeff Blau said, I got news for you. We hear you, America. We hear you, Wyoming. Data centers across the United States are hearing a lot of these issues, Blau said, complaints about them. And he said, we're going to do things differently, Blau said, CEO of this data center company. He said the two complaints you hear about are about water consumption and about power consumption. Well, regarding water, he said the 6 restrooms, this data center is going to have 6 bathrooms, presumably gender specific, but we won't go there. He said the bathrooms in this place are going to use more water than the data center. When you flush the toilet, you're using more water than we're going to use. We don't use any. He said we have a self-contained cooling system that do not use water. Huh? Water consumption in this data center will come from the 6 bathrooms, not cooling the computers in the data center. That is mind-blowing, if true, if Blau is on the up and up. Really? Because I thought these things use tons of water. That's incredible. That's really good news. Also, Blau said, regarding the power, he said, he said there's a tariff here in Wyoming. And this project will pay a tariff that'll basically pay for 100% of its cost and ultimately provide infrastructure over that time that will lower the cost of consumer bills in Cheyenne and in the state of Wyoming. So in other words, he structured this tariff, this self-imposed tariff system, or a tariff, state-imposed tariff, that whatever energy they use, they'll pay for completely. Not will they pay their power bill, they'll help lower your power bill. Wow. So suddenly the two roadblocks to data centers, the two downsides are removed. And Blau doesn't stop there. As he's speaking about the groundbreaking, Jeff Blau, CEO, reaches in his pocket and he said, I'll tell you what, and I'm probably speaking off script here, but here's $3.5 million. Huh? To affordable housing. He goes, I understand that the data center will require people to work there. And there's a housing crunch in Wyoming and all over the country. Here's $3.5 million donation towards affordable housing project. And I imagine everybody at this press conference is just blown away. When Blau, the CEO, says, I get it, data centers use a lot of water. Guess what? We don't use any. I get it, we use a lot of power. Guess what? We're going to pay for it all, and we're going to lower your bill. And by the way, he reaches into his pocket. Here's $3.5 million for housing. What the? That story's in the Cowboy State Daily. It's all true. Renee Jean wrote it. We're out of time. We'll see you again tomorrow, same time, on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Show. Thanks for spending your Wednesday with us. Everybody, have a great Wednesday, please. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.